Now you probably hear something. That works. Sorry. Yeah, I've been having so many problems today with this whole setup. It's just not acting well. The USB ports aren't working, and my laptop, my new laptop is there's problems. There's real problems with this laptop. Um, yeah, I logged into it this morning, and it was 100% CPU utilization. 100%. And there was a dozen programs using 100% CPU. So what the hell's going on? So I had to reboot it. Rebooted it. None of the monitors showed up. So I'm kind of annoyed. But today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a reasonably quick flight. Quicker than most of the flights I normally do. Let me see if I can pop out this chat over here. Pop out chat. And there's TikTok. What laptop I got? It's a MacBook Pro M2 Max. And, 16-inch MacBook Pro M2 Max. And it is not having a good experience. Yeah. I don't know if it's the way I have stuff connected. I don't know. I just don't know what's going on with it. So, either way, let's start up this flight here. We're gonna start. So we're doing the DC-6 around the world. We're gonna do it in the DC-6B here, and they just did an update which fixed a lot of things in the gyro pilot, but not everything. So it's a bit of a pain. We're gonna start at Santa Monica, which is actually where they built these things. You can see on the map here. I think that's a DC-3, but the DC-6s were built here as well. So we're going to just try and pick a place. I tried to pick over here, but there's like a line of trees, so you can't get out. So obviously the airport's been, modified since the DC-6 days. And this is a parking lot. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I think we're going to try and start over here. See if we can get a good start from here. So, cool. Let's go flight conditions. We're going to go live time, live weather. And there we go. Cool. And with that, we have a lot of flight planning here to do as well. So let's clear this for flight out and see if we can. And of course, this update is now my text is tiny. Tiny. If we go TikTok inset, I should probably broadcast my iPad screen. That's what happens when I get far behind. Start broadcast. I can go over here and go to NDI webcam, make sure that's running. And then if we bring in the inset, there's dog cam. Hey dog. Oh yeah, you think you're getting attention. Wouldn't that be a good day for you? And that should, yeah, there we go. Now we've got some stuff. We do iPad inset. TikTok inset. There we go. Look at that. Okay. Well, let's go get in the plane here. All right. So, I think what we're going to do is we're going to start out planning here. So we're at Santa Monica. I'm going to... Should I turn flight events off? Hello, Davin King. Hello. Yes, you can use ForeFlight with FlightSim. That's true. Wait, where are we flying to? So we're flying out of Santa Monica, and we're going to go to Denver, because it's fairly close, and it's got a big enough runway that we'll be able to take off and land there. Plus, it'll give us some nice challenges for next flight. So the big one we want to be doing here, I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn this off. So then we're going to only be flying using our main navigation equipment here. So we're out of Santa Monica right now. So KSMO, and I've kind of looked at this one before already. So KSMO, and then we're going to be flying over to, I think it's KDen, Denver, Colorado. Perfect. And V12 is kind of, I think, the right one, or was it V8? Might be V8. Yeah, V8 looks like it's going to be a better option for us because it gets us pretty much all the way there. Yeah, it does get us all the way there. Look at that. All right, so we're going to start off at... where did V8 start? The Victor 8 airway. Victor 8... I think it starts over here. Yeah, no, there's Victor 8. Maybe Victor 12 might do. So, if we turn a bit north, or should we start V8, go south and then up? I want to kind of go north. So I think we're going to do this. We're going to go up to Palmdale here. I think then we're going to follow Victor 12. And oh my god. ForeFlight, do your thing. Come on. It's not even in there. Well, that's fun. And there's Victor 8. Zoe. So let's do that. Victor 12 to there. And then we're going to do Victor 8 all the way up to Denver. That should get us all the way up there. And then it's just a matter of finding our approach. Which server am I on? West. I should be West USA. I'm usually West USA. So, yeah. Cool. All right. So let's get this bad boy up and running here. I did build some checklists in Notion to kind of make life a little bit easier, which I can actually bring up over here. And then I think I can do, if I do external, there you go, you can see it. So there is my DC-6 checklist. Let's go new. And then RTW1, go number 1 there. Perfect. All right, cool. Ground, battery, and power on. Click on all the generators, inverters. Cool. Start checking these things off. Engine instruments on. Water injectors are off. Cowl flaps, we can set those to being open. Okay, cowl flaps open. Heater switches, those are usually off. So yeah, those are all off. Check oil and fuel. So let's go and do that. That's actually one of the things we got to really check here. So this airport is too short to really take off from correctly. So I've got a, where is it? No. There we go. DC-6. POH. And if I bring that up, so this is our POH here. So let's go check our takeoff performance. If we scroll down here, it's here somewhere. Takeoff performance and dry with water injection or dry. So we can, at most, with water injection, we can do, so Santa Monica. Nope. I don't know if you guys can see my thing here, but KSMO, the runway here is 3,500 feet. So 3,500 feet, and we have a 3-knot headwind. So not enough of a headwind to make a difference. Minimum runway length, reported headwind. Yeah, so like 3,500 feet, so that's about best we can do is somewhere around here, a little bit more than this. So we're at sea level, so 8,200 pounds is the best we can hope for in this plane. So let's go and make sure we set that up. Fuel and load manager. So we are currently at 7,700 pounds, which means we could probably carry a few passengers. So I said, what, 82? So we'll give ourselves like 20 passengers. That should be fine. And we certainly do have enough fuel to make this trip here for flight. I have loaded some flight profiles in there. 3 hours and 11 minutes with 7,000 pounds of fuel, and we have 16,000. So we got more than enough fuel. We got more than enough capacity here. So, yeah, we should go search for the balloon. That's absolutely what we'll do. We might do that actually after. We'll see. Why is my TikTok messages not coming in? So I'm kind of annoyed at that. To infinity. Test. So that's kind of working, kind of not working. We'll see, we'll see. Worst case, I have to keep looking over here, which kind of sucks, but yeah, we'll see. All right, so we got our fuel there. Let's do our maintenance here. All our engines are good. Prop power is fine. We're gonna top up all of our oils, top up water injection, and so this takeoff is going to have to be with a water injection because we're heavy for the runway. That's fine. Now, if we go over here to check for, oh my god. Yeah, this laptop's got problems right now. Check oil, check landing lights are off, and they always are because we don't need them. Supercharger set for low, that's over here. Cabin pressure set. Cabin pressure is set for 0. We're going to be flying, because we're pretty light. Well, I think we'll go up to 20,000. Set our altitude there. That's fine. Cabin pressure set. Manual control is off. We're fine there. Hydraulic bypass is off. It's down. Prop is full forward. Fuel selectors are going to be main. Cross speeds are off. Brake pressure 1500. Prop sync set to 2. We're set for 2. Throttles cracked a little bit. Crack those open just a tiny bit. Gust locks, we can turn those off now. Disengaged. Mixture set for idle cutoff. Flaps are up. Cool. Hello, hello. Yes, we can search for the balloon. I think we will go search for the balloon. Yeah, and my alerts are not coming through for TikTok. That's fun. Yeah, it looks like it's broken right now. Well, that's not good. I'm going to... What's the word I'm looking for? Parsec? I'm going to crack open Parsec. Oh, you are joking. Computers. Connect to TikTok. Seriously? Windowed mode. Thank you. That's better. Okay, so now I've got at least something. Now I can see what you guys are talking about on TikTok. Technical problems today. What's the best add-on in my opinion? Best add-on is definitely this plane here, the PMDG DC-6. All right, so we're gonna start the engines in 3, 4, 2, 1 order. All right, so mixture goes on. Then we can set our selector switch. Boost pump goes on. Mags go on. Wait for the 3s.
3, 6,
9.
5, 12.
Start. Didn't even try. Well, that was fun. There we go. There you go. Kick it over. All right. Look at it go. Look at it go. Yeah, we should download the balloon add-on and then go messing around. All right. That one's on. Boost pump go on. Check our fuel pressures are good. Fuel pressures, oil pressures are good. Nothing's high, nothing's low. We're happy. All right, next one. Engine number 4. Mags on, boost pump on. 3, 6, 9, 12. Engine number 4 coming on. Bring engine number 3 back just a teeny bit, so we're back at 1,000 ripms. And we got our oil pressure, we have fuel pressure. Good. Good start. Engine number 2. Cool. Alright, number 2 is on. Start our mags. Click over.
3, 6, 9,
12. Alright, starting. 3 and 4, both a little over 1,000 RPMs. Alright, we got fuel, we got oil pressure. We are happy. And if you guys want to join in, you can absolutely join in. We're going West USA. This is the first flight of the Round the World flight in the DC-6 here. So all hyper-realistic mode. Everything is turned on to hyper-realistic mode. Crashes, fuel, you name it. And this plane, if you don't handle it right, it will blow up on you. And I did test it the other day. And if you just sit there and just give it the beans on the throttle, it'll blow up. So that's always fun. Cool. So that's done. That can go on. Boost pump on.
3, 6, 5, 12.
Zoe, you just walked. Really? You want attention. Okay, you can have attention. All right. 4 good starts. Pressures, temperatures are all coming up. We're looking good. We are looking good. Cool. So, engine start, rich boost pump, mag set for both. So let's go and finish that off by shutting off that last boost pump, kicking that off. We are good. Check good start, RPMs 1000, oil pressure, fuel pressure check, carb, air. We gotta go check the carb air next. Oops. We're a little bit cool, but not that cool. We could probably bring it up, 10, 15%. Somewhere around there should be fine. And we'll just keep an eye on that, make sure that doesn't overheat. Carb air, oil temp. Oil temps are coming up slowly. Shut off boost pumps. Start remaining engines. Check hydraulic pressures. Hydraulic pressures are good. Look at that. All right, and we gotta. This is the thing I always forget to do, is switch over to plane battery, and then go and under my ramp manager and remove the fuel. And that's the last thing I actually need out of this. The iPad there. Beechcraft to the left of me. Okay. Ah, there you go. There you go. How's it going? Ooh, look, there's a DC-3 over there. Is that someone in the DC-3? I love it. That's a good plane. I have not flown the DC-3 yet, which I'm kind of disappointed myself with. All right, battery. Wait until engine oil and temps are up to the minimums, and then we can do a run-up. We'll just do a run-up right here, because I don't think we need to do it anywhere else. Oil temps, they're coming up. They're getting there. I think we're okay for most of them. Carb temps, those will be fine. All right, so make sure our prop reverser is off, and it is. And then we want to set ourselves up for 1,500 RPMs. Alright, so engine 1 is a little bit hot, but that's fine. A little bit toasty. So somewhere in that range. Alright, now we got to do the fun thing, which is up here. Kick off our prop sync, and we'll start with this prop. And this, we'll bring them all back to the stops. Which means they should come back to like 1200 RPM. Don't have the DC-6? That's fine. Yeah, the DC-3 is a really good option too. Alright, RPM's all coming back. Great. And we're at low prop RPM. Perfect. Bring those RPMs all the way back up, and they are. And we'll see these all come back to the stops, in which case we set it to manual there. Or automatic, I guess. I'm at Santa Monica, KSMO. Alright, all of our props are set. Set over to that one. And we'll check our feathering, or our main control. Main control is working. If I set this to number 2, I should be able to bring it back as well. Yep, and that's working. Back to number 3. Hit synchronize a couple times. All right, so those are good. The prop feathering. This is the fun one. Good. Whoops. Come on. Because these ones basically come back really quick. We have to pop them out, otherwise you can break the airplane. Good. Good. Okay, feathering controls are good. Then we got to check our field pressure, which is right here. We're at 3,000 inches of mercury. So we got to set our RPMs to 3,000, or our manifolds to 3,000, or sorry, 30.0 inches of mercury. Jesus Christ. All right, we are good there. And now we got to check our fuel oil pressures. Those are all good. Fuel oil pressures, happy. Temperatures, all happy. Generators, we're going to check our amps and volts, which is over on the right wing. Everything's running. Our buses are fine. That's good. Blowers, all right. This is another fun one because we're going to check our... That should give us another 10 inches. Happy. That's good. Jesus. Another 10 inches. We're good. All right. Cool. Blowers, mags. We'll check those ones. Engines remain running, but we should lose a few RPMs, and we do. No major difference. Regain those RPMs. Good. Cool. Water injection system. Not really anything to check there. And then pitot air scoop amps, check that one. All right, so this one is always annoying. So if we turn that one on, we got amps. And unfortunately we can't leave the pitot and scoops on because then it can overheat and basically melt the whole friggin' plane, which is not a fun experience, as you might imagine. So, yeah. Cool. All right. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator. And from there, we should be able to set our RPMs back to... we'll go back, set our RPMs back to 1,000 RPMs. Get through the roughness. 3 and 2 need to come back a little bit more. 1, go back up a tiny bit. Cool. Is the Twitch blinking green? Yeah, sure. It looks like it's all right for me. But I don't know about for you guys. Alright, Sapedo Air Scoop. Those are all good. Alright, so we are ready for our pre-takeoff, which we can set all these cowl flaps here to 4. I should really turn on my radios. Now, we're not doing this on VATSIM today because I was just like, I didn't have enough time to really get ready for VATSIM. So, turn that on. Now, our first radio is going to be PMD, which is Palmdale. And Palmdale, I think it's 114.5? Yeah, that's 114.5. So we're going to set it for 114.5. Then after that, we are 112.7. So we're going to do that 112.7. So we're basically ready to go. Radio's on, cowl flaps, 4 degrees open, wing flaps. We're going to set those, our wing flaps now back down to 1,000 RPMs. Fuel boost is required. Don't need it. Gust locks disengaged. We should be able to check our controls. They are free and clear. And they are all working. That's good. And mixture should be set for auto-rich. They're all set for auto-rich. Cool. Alright. And which direction did I say this airport had the best wind for? Runways 03. So back in towards the city. That's a little bit sketchy. Hey, Planet Neutral, how's it going? Now this runway is a bit iffy. Or this taxiway is a bit iffy. I am reading chat, J-Can. Only dead bodies lying around? Exactly. Lots. This plane has, we're carrying about 20 dead bodies because we can't carry any more right now because this runway is too short for this plane, but it's where they manufactured them, and we could only fit so much weight in here because the plane has to be able to take off in that distance. And we have to do a wet takeoff, otherwise we're not going to get off the ground. Alright, so if I turn off that on Twitch, hey, there we go. West USA, yeah, we're West USA. Cool. Where are they at in the plane? They're in the back. We'll go and see if we can find them later, because this has a well-modeled interior for it. This is like the best modeled plane of the game. It is, you know, chef's kiss. Alright, we are ready for takeoff. We're just going to use kind of the standard takeoff manifold and whatnot. Let's check here. I'm going to go all the way down to A1. Cruising a little bit fast, but it's alright. This is A3. Then A2 and A1. They're actually getting way better at labeling them correctly in Flight Sim, which is good. That's me in the A6. Nice. Nice. It's going to be a shorter flight than we normally do around here. Normally it's like a 12-hour, 24-hour. This one's probably going to be more like 4 or 5 hours. Assuming I don't blow up the airplane, which is entirely possible, because this plane can be finicky. Alright, and instruments. Turn and slip is working. Alright. And from here, we are going to straighten up the nose. We're going to turn on the parking brake. And now we have to go check our water injection. No, that's oil dilution. Water injection. There we go. Alright. Up to 3,000 RPMs. That was a little bit quick, but that's okay. Sorry. 30 inches of manifold pressure. Stable. Increase until we're above, what, 47, I believe? And then we should get our water lights. 4 water lights. Good. Should be able to push it up almost to 60, but not quite. And we are rocking and rolling. Ah, T6. Gotcha, gotcha. $100. Captain Obvious. How's it going, Captain Obvious? Maybe Captain Oblivious might be a better word. We're off the ground. Gear up. Flaps coming up. Come back to Mito. Somewhere around there. We can bring our RPMs back. 26. Flaps, everything is up, and we are climbing. Cool. From there, we should be able to just turn to the VOR, which is our white needle there. Look at that. There's Nakamoto Tower, the Die Hard building. Hello, Die Hard building. How's it going? A private pilot or more? I am a private pilot, yeah, with a float rating. Alright, make sure all of our water injection pumps come off there, because we don't need those. No. Come on. Alright, so let's turn on our autopilot. And it should keep us about 1,000 feet per minute there. Water injection can come off. We are set for Mito. Can actually probably give ourselves a few extra inches there, but that's fine. Alright. See if I had an interest in getting my float as well. I got my float at out in Kelowna, BC, Alberta, or sorry, no, Alberta, Kelowna, BC, Canada, and it's an outfit called Earhart, and they have a really great. They got a couple Cessnas, a 172 and a 180, and I did it on the 180 out there. So, yeah, it was good. It was very good. Hey, pup. You're adorable. That's right. What a puppy. Really? Really? What a monster. It's okay, dog. It's okay. Cool. Alright, so in our checklist over here, which we can do TikTok instead. There we go, look at that. Where is my mouse? It's here somewhere. There we go. Pre-takeoff. We hit all those ones. Water injection was turned on. I didn't actually get those ones out, but cruise. Yeah, we'll set all those ones up in a second here. So let's keep an eye on our engine instrumentation. We are good there, good there. We are all perfectly set. Alright, we're 30 nautical miles away from our first turn point, which at our first turn point, according to our maps, if we bring these open, Santa Monica, we need to turn out on 067 is going to be our next radial. So we're going to set that up. And I can keep my throttles up. I got to keep those running. Otherwise we will have problems. As we increase the altitude, it's going to keep losing manifold pressure. So we have to kind of keep those running there. New messages. Why is it not scrolling? There we go. Take a land at Bob Hope. Ah, nice. Yep. Gotta go. Yeah, fair enough, West. You gotta go. You gotta go. 26 miles away from our first turn point, which is our first VOR, which is at Palmdale. I think Palmdale is going to be over here. This plane does climb fairly well, but these mountains are fairly high too. Alright, let's keep the manifold pressure up. So if you can't see, what I'm doing here is I'm adjusting the throttles so that our manifold pressure stays stays high, because if you push the throttles too far forward, you overboost the engine. The engine just has a hard time. So there's a stress analyzer over here that you can check how stressed out the engines are. Right now it says the oil temperature is in the moderate stress range. I think it's full of crap. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. So we could open these up a little bit and, you know, cool that down, but it's also going to cool down our cylinder head temperatures. You know, it'll do its thing, but you'll see that'll drop down a little bit, and then that should clear that down here in a second. So, carb temp says these are cold. I don't think they are. Yeah, they're a little cold. Nothing I'm too worried about though. We're not really in cruise, so it doesn't really matter. Except that we'll lose a bit of power because of that if they're warm. So we're going to try to keep, you know, somewhere around 45 inches of manifold pressure. Yeah, DC3 probably can't keep up. That's true. Hey. Problem is the DC3 also doesn't have the legs for some of the parts I want to do, and it's not as realistic as I'd like it to be for this flight. So where do you get the checklist? So this plane actually comes with all the checklists it needs. It's in the download folder. It's just the what do they call it? What do you call it? So in the community folder, if you open it up, it's in there. There's a handful of PDFs, which is what I use as a starting point. And we are currently maxed out on our manifold pressures. So we can't go any higher than this, but that's okay, because we're at 12,000 feet. So what I'm going to do, I'm also going to flatten this out a bit, because we don't quite need this much of a climb rate. Start picking up some speed. So the other thing I do is, are you live on Twitch? I am live on Twitch, yes. Canadian Nav Geek. I am at In the Blue Yonder on Twitch. I'm also on YouTube as well, live on YouTube, which I actually didn't update my YouTube link to. And this is so blue. You know what? I got these. I gotta do this. So there's a lot I need to apply to make this this camera. So this camera is applying a LUT right now instead of that, but its white balance is way off. So I've got these neutral gray cards, and I should be able to just take that neutral gray card, hold it up here, and then apply color correction later. So I'll have to do that later. Right now, you guys just have to kind of suffer through me being slightly blue. I know, so hard. So I'm blue if I was green, abba-dee-babba-die, right? Alright, so because we're having this problem, we're going to bring it back under... We're going to bring two of our engines 10 inches below what we want them to be. So somewhere around 30. Then we're going to kick on the high rate turbos. There they go. Which was right about perfect. And then we bring back our other ones to somewhere just over 30. And kick on their high rate turbos. And there we go. Look at us. We are back at full manifold pressure, which means we can keep climbing very nicely. But yeah, you always build, you've been everywhere. So the, you always rebuild your own checklists. Like in my own airplane, I've got my own set of checklists, which I actually have here. I can show you them on ForeFlight, because these are the actual checklists I use on my own airplane, which I could load in the DC-6s into ForeFlight, which is actually probably what I'll do. Why did I do this? This is stupid. But yeah, lets me do, here's my cold start. So I do all these. I skip over hot and flooded start, so I don't need those. Then I do pre-taxi, engine run up, very simple, quick one. Pre-takeoff, and then right before landing, I've actually never used my landing checklist. I just gumps check it. There's just no time to really deal with that stuff. So, yeah, always build your own checklists, because then you can add in whatever you want on your own stuff. All right, so we're 5 nautical miles away. I'm gonna start a slight turn. We're already kind of at an angle, so we're probably actually okay. Keep those manifold pressures up. Probably add a bit more carb heat onto there. Oil temperatures a little bit toasty, but not too bad. They're all in the green, except for our carb temps. Which, the only real reason you care that if your carb temps are at a certain degrees to prevent icing. And if we're not in an icing state, then we don't really have to worry about that. We could just leave those, and then we'll get the most power out of the plane, because that cold air is the most dense and it's going to give us the most power out of it. So realistically, we could leave that all the way down. And I believe in the official checklist they mention that as I don't think they mention it, they just don't note that. So. All right, and we are just about to turn on to course. Something like that. We overshot a little bit, but that's fine. Cool. Alright, now we don't have to use this. We can actually just use this. And as long as those two needles are aligned, then we're on our appropriate VOR path. And I can show you all that. Actually, you're already able to see that. Look at that. Look at that. Cool. So, Flyover Esther, the Nasty, and whatever, we don't really care. These are all GPS waypoints. We can't really use them, at least not easily. They're mostly used for reporting. We're at 18,000 feet right now and still ascending. We could probably bring back our climb settings as well, but I think we're okay. It's a fast climb. We'll be fine. All right, cabin pressurization. We're good. We're still like 4,500 feet. The climb rate's only 500 feet in here. Cabin pressure differential. It's pretty high, but we're still okay. We're still under the line, so. Next time I'll have to remember, don't climb at 1,000 feet a minute, because that's getting pretty close to the limits of this plane's pressurization system. Alright, do about 500 feet a minute for the last part of the climb here. We're going to one last touch up on those manifold pressures. And on top of that, there we go. Alright, so our POH, let's check our cruise performance profiles here. This plane is complicated. So we're 82,000 feet, so somewhere in this range here. Do we want 1,000, 1,100, or 1,200? I think we're going to do 1,200 so we can get there a little bit faster. 20,000 feet. And we are going to level off here. And set our altitude hold. Alright, so for this, we're 2,000 feet, we're going to do 2,300 RPM and 147 BMEP. So that means we should bring back our manifold pressures. And we're going to bring back our props to 2,300. There's 24, somewhere around there's 23. And we'll bring back our manifold pressures to 147. Sorry, not our manifold, but our BMEP. It's just under 150. We can probably get those all pretty well dialed in. Especially these new, these new throttles. Oh my god, it's so nice to deal with that. Alright, So we are up there in almost not quite cruise setting. Some mixture set for actually that's should have been the first thing we did is set for auto lean, because these are going to throw off all these settings, or a bunch of them anyways. There it goes. Look at that. All right, it's pretty much as close as we're getting. So mixture. We'll go up here and set our cowl flaps for cruise. Whoops. Cruise, thank you. Hydraulic bypass, we can turn that off. Windshield heat set if we need it. Fuel system as required, we're good. Cabin pressure, we are also good. And our differential is good and stable there. It's finalizing our pressure there. Make sure temps are good. Good, good, good. We need a little bit more heat on our carb. Not much though, just to kind of prevent icing. That looks good to me. And can't remember. Poked her on pitot and air scoops. Can't remember where the windscreen de-icing is. Prop de-ice, heater ignition. Cabin. It's like up here or something. It's in a, like, there's so many switches in there. It's such weird places. One thing we didn't turn on for this takeoff, which we should have, is the automatic feathering, but that's alright. Cylinder head temperatures, it's not happy with those. They're a little bit cooked, a little bit toasty. Get those CHTs back down. Yeah, this plane is intimidating to fly. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad. Okay, let's switch this over. 41 nautical miles. Hello, Sky Command. Everything you aspire to be. I hope not. That's a low bar. Cool. Yeah, this flight is so far so good. So far, I haven't screwed up anything majorly. But the problem is we're gonna have is that this gyro pilot doesn't connect things anymore to the localizer, so I can't. I gotta fly the localizers manually, including the glide slopes. So that's going to be entertaining because I tried that last night and I kept screwing it up. Going for the ultimate long haul flight. Is this the DC-6? It is the DC-6. Now we don't have full tanks in the DC-6. Just enough to basically get us to. It's enough to get us to Denver and a little bit past Denver if we wanted to. But we're going to land in Denver today. That's going to be another. Well, our flight plan says it's about 3 hours, so we're about I don't know what, an hour in. Yeah, somewhere around an hour in, and yeah, so it's probably going to be another maybe 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and then we'll be in Denver, Colorado. I know you're a puppy, Zoe. I try. Let's. Oh, who's a grump? A dog. What? You already went outside and walked. You barked at some bunnies. It was funny. I know. All right, now we're in cruise. So we got 31 miles until our next turn point, and at our next turn point, we're going to be switching over to GFS, which is 114.4. So I can bring that up on there, and with ForeFlight. So 114.4 is our next turn point there. So what we'll do is we'll flip over both of them when we get to the next one. And then basically narrow it. We're a bit north, so we could probably do a little bit of a right turn, get ourselves back on track. It's way easier to fly these when you got 2 VORs instead of 1. Although, you know, with modern VOR equipment, it's actually not too bad to do just one at a time. There's going to be places on this flight, not today, but probably the next flight set. I think the next flight we're going to go and push really hard. And what we'll do is go from Denver. We'll probably hit Chicago, or we might just fly past Chicago and go straight to Goose Bay. And then from Goose Bay, we're going to hit Narsarsuaq. Narsarsuaq. I cannot pronounce it. And when we hit there, we will be... we hit Narsarsuaq. That's a really difficult approach to do. And I think that'll be the end for that flight. And then the next flight, we'll get all the way over to the UK. So we'll stop maybe in Iceland and continue on there. So we're going to be doing more landings than we need to do in this plane. But, you know, it's for the fun. Am I doing the Amelia Earhart flight? No, that was 2 months ago. 3 months ago? That was a while ago, unfortunately, Kip. I'm going to be making a video about that flight, though. Maybe. We'll see. The Lindbergh video did so poorly that I'm like, maybe I just don't. but maybe I do. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta read a little bit more about Amelia, because it was... So I gave a talk a couple days ago to a bunch of pilots, and one of the things we talked about was the Amelia Earhart issue, the Amelia Earhart incident. And it's a lot of people are under the impression that Amelia was like a really amazing pilot. Turns out she was really just kind of an average pilot. And I think if I make a video about that, the problem is that might be like, well, now you're just crapping on a pilot that everyone likes and you're just jumping on that. Or the other side of it is a different side that people didn't know. So I think I might take it under that way where I talk about, you know, that. Or I might just make it all in AI, because I'm starting to play around with that. I might make a new YouTube channel. And just, it's going to be a quiet, like, not going to announce it, not going to link to it or anything. I'm just going to create the YouTube channel. And I'm going to write myself a couple tools that use ChatGPT. Or not really ChatGPT. It's going to be technically just GPT. GPT-3. And a bunch of stock sites. And it's going to automatically generate new videos. And I'm just going to have it just churn videos. Like 10 to 20 videos a day. Just all AI generated, all AI text-to-speech, all just everything about him is going to be AI. And I think I've got a methodology to make it work. You're going to have to build a little bit of a program to actually, you know, do the video editing and stuff. But hey, it's doable. It's all doable. But how's it going, Sky Command and Tiger? .5 nautical miles. Alright, the next one is .1 is, so we're just going to turn this 1.8 or 180. Sorry, not 180. 018. Somewhere around there. And with that, we can flop over both of these. And effectively, we want that needle to be on the right side, somewhere in 45 degrees. And then the other needle, and then when they both join, that's when we're going to be following the VOR. CHTs are good, oil temps are good, carb, a little cold, that's fine. And we're doing a nice cruise around 200 knots. Which, let's check our performance profiles here. It says at 8200, dial indicated around 200. It's a little bit slow. 279 looks like is what we're cruising at. And we'll know in a second here when we actually are able to check the VOR. So the VOR DME is going to give us our approximate speeds. There we go. Look at you. Just flew over it. Perfect. Just actually flew a little bit past it, which is probably not the best, but that's all right. Oh wait, not 1.8. 5.7 is where we're going. 5.7 is where we're going. What am I doing? This is what happens when I don't think. It was one step. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Anand. Happened a while ago. So we're not picking up GFS quite yet, which is strange, because it's only 60, 70 nautical miles out. How am I? I am doing pretty well, I've been looking forward to doing this around the world in the DC-6 for a while. Like, since the DC-6 came out, I was like, man, I should do that. And then I'm like, should I stream it? Should I, do whatever? And I decided, you know what? Stream it. Stream the whole thing. TikTok, YouTube, you name it. Alright. Now we just gotta follow this VOR. The gyro pilot's a little bit weird. It's weird to fly this thing because I wish I had some knobs that I could adjust it so I could be looking out and ahead. But, oh well. Which I might actually just do anyways. So I'm working on a new program that I'll probably release as an open source project. So that people can write their own control schemes. So you could take in inputs either from the game or from controllers, just like you do with things like SPAD Next, except it's going to be programmable properly. So instead of, I gotta click this menu drop down and this menu drop down and this menu drop down, people will be able to just load in a Lua script to be done with it. It's like, yeah, this is what I use for my DC-6, but exchange, you're done. And it'll help because a lot of these planes, they got these are not controllable using the standard kind of controls. So I use the heading track, it does nothing. Wait, it did something. I don't know what it did. So, yeah. Get myself back on that VOR path. So you saw my latest short video there. I basically ran out of time, so I may have used AI to generate the entire thing. I gave it a basic script and said, make this better. And then I put it in a text-to-speech. And using my voice, trained on my voice, and it did an okay job. Alright, back on target. 46 nautical miles from our next waypoint. So one of the reasons I wanted to just do Denver today is because in the future, what I want to do is open up a new window here. New window, thank you. Map.vatsim.net. So we'll see what traffic is like today. So we could have flown out of here today on ILS, but our instruments, and then we would have actually we would have got all the way pretty much to Denver. Yeah, Denver Center. There's Denver Center. We could have used this entire path to get over there, but I was like, I hadn't been on VATSIM in a while, and I know VATSIM can be a bit annoying. I went on it last night, but I was so exhausted. I'm like, I can't even play with it. I'll just wait for the next one. Exactly. I need to start smoking for realistic experience, right? Right? An hour fly with you. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So right now we are currently near Riverside. Goffs, GFS is where we're heading to. So somewhere northeast of Victorville. South of Las Vegas. Las Vegas, actually that's going to be Las Vegas where that cluster of people are. A little bit far north, so we'll do a little bit of a right turn. Perfection. Let's check loop back. I'm actually getting sound. Maybe. We're gonna pull up Epidemic because it's royalty free. I could actually go to Artlist and grab some stuff from Artlist too, but oh, that's why. My levels were so far down, I was like, why am I not getting anything? That's fine. Cool. Alright, music. That turn. Can people crash into you? Unfortunately, people can't crash into you. I would like that as an option. There'd be times where I definitely wouldn't want that, and I can understand people not wanting that. But there's times I want that. Like, I want that as an option, right? So I want to be able to, like, be dicks with my friends and, like, smash into each other, right? Demolition derby. But they're also against airplane damage. Yeah, that would be a really cool experience, exactly. So they don't even allow, like, proper plane crashes. So, like, when you crash on the ground, it just goes black screen. Which is... Give me some plane damage. Like, Christ. Taking notes, Euro Truck Simulator. Yeah, exactly. So after GFS... Ooh, after GFS is an interesting turn. So when we hit that here in 22 miles... We're on a radial, but we're not going to be able to pick up the next radial until a ways. And we're not flying VOR to VOR. We're flying VOR to waypoint to VOR. So there's a kink in this one. That's going to be a fun one. Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible what they've done with this flight sim. But the thing is, Bing. So they used Bing Maps to generate an entire world worth of. Okay, that was annoying. I had the speakers turned on, but of course some of the mic sounds don't come through it, so it wasn't screeching out. So they used Bing Maps to generate the world on this. The Bing Maps, while they're good, the topographical data is pretty good. Google Maps just has way better data, like way better data. It's why Google Maps is so much better for maps than Apple Maps is. So yeah, if somebody like X-Plane could integrate Google Maps with Flight Sim, oh man, that'd be wonderful. Yeah, exactly. Realistic plane crashes would be. So yeah, it would be a completely different game with Google. Exactly. Because they'd be doing some. I saw a really interesting thing. I don't know if it's still live, but Google is testing this where they're using texture maps from webcams. So if you were in Google Earth, and I think it was like a plugin or like a test or something, but say there was a live camera facing a building, like a university building or whatnot, and then you went into Google Earth and it created the 3D version of the building. But instead of using like a standard texture that was just there continuously, that was like a baked-in texture, they used texture mapping from that webcam. So when you looked at that building, it was the live whatever there was of that building or area or whatnot. So you could see people walking around on the ground. You could see like if they put a new banner up or something, it'd be live. Oh, it was just incredible. The No Clip YouTube, how Microsoft recreated the entire planet documentary. Yeah, I haven't seen that one actually, Tiger. If you want to post that in the chat or post that in the Discord, actually, it's going to be the best place to put it. I'd really love to see that. But it's fairly straightforward. It's a fairly straightforward process of doing something like that. So, okay, 7 nautical miles. Now is when we need to turn to 018. And this is where we're going to need to use this bad boy here. And GFS is 114.4. So this needs to be kicked over to 114.4. All right. And then from there, the next one is going to be Mormon Mesa, 114.3. So we'll see if we get something. We're not getting anything yet. That VOR is just passing over on our left there, which is perfect. Ah, yeah, there's the Discord, yeah. I have some stuff for the stream set up. Some stuff. All right, so VOR is going to come in here any second. Well, it's already in there. It's just that needle's going to come across, and we're going to hit on there. Back in time of airports from the 80s, yeah, or the 50s, yeah. Yeah, so this plane would have been flying in the 50s. It's pretty much all the airports that existed in the 50s still exist. Like, there's definitely some that are closed, but we'll just kind of live with it, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Get out and wander around. Thanks for that, Tiger. That's I'm definitely gonna watch that later. I know I've seen a preview for that one, but I haven't actually watched it. All right, we're gonna switch this over to DME1, and now if you can't see because you're on TikTok, now you can. We're going to need to turn at winds, and at winds, it doesn't give us a distance. 59, I guess? Yeah, 59. Which is about right. Yeah, 59. It says 59, even though it's like 50.9. Sure. Maybe it's miles. $59 to BLD. I know where BLD is. Alright, now we are on the VOR. So let's turn. It'll pass, but that's okay. That's why there's like a 10-mile corridor, so that you can be pretty close to it, but you know, these radio navigation equipment, they're not really that precise. The one annoying thing is that if we check our fuel flows, it's 20,000 feet, pounds per hour should be 633 in this plane at this kind of speeds, and they're more like 700, and almost 800 in some of the engines. So, yeah, it's not the best. Okay. And we'll turn back on course. So we're back really right on the edge of the needle. I upgraded some of the streaming setup, but it's only monitors. So I've got 2 streaming monitors right now that are like they're neck stocks, which are great little devices, by the way. If you're the kind of person like me that needs like a monitor all the time, like a keyboard and mouse, these things are lifesavers. So like if you got like a server somewhere or a computer in like the corner that's completely headless, these things are great because unfortunately it doesn't work with one cable. You got to do like 2 cables and sometimes 3 because this one's battery is just dog shit. But you can basically plug in HDMI and a USB-C cable into it, and then plug it into USB on the computer and the HDMI output, and you have yourself a full KVM, including touchscreen. So it's so perfect for like managing remote servers and stuff. Not sponsored. They're designed for like connecting Android phones and turning them into like full desktops, which I think is like the goofiest use case for them. So when this one comes in, then we're going to be on the 180 radial. So actually, okay, well that's not gonna be too bad because it'll be 180. So as soon as it comes in, it'll be over to the right, and then it's gonna come back over to the 180 radial, and then that's when we turn 180 or 360, which is perfectly fine. There's Las Vegas. Just off the horizon. Are these, like... I thought those were, like, covers that you had to remove before flight. I was like, what? Why? I need to get a livery of this thing made. So I did the cannonball run. I figured out exactly where they took some of the footage for the movie, especially the opening scenes. And I went and flew over there, and if you look at the promo thumbnail on YouTube for the cannonball, I composited a photo that was taken using the original car, but like decades later, at the same place where they did the initial one, where they shot the movie, you know, in the opening scenes, and then I attached it, and then I took a Cessna 172 and put it right next to it on the exact same place. I matched up the mountains and everything, and it was like, it's incredible how much they've actually done in flight sim. It's absolutely incredible to me. It's like, even though it's sometimes buggy, it's sometimes crashy, there's like little weird things about it. It's still incredible what they've done, just to get it to the point where it's at. Still got lots of fuel. Our tanks are pretty much all even, which is good. So I think next time when we do the Goose Bay flight, we're going to need to use the aux tanks. And when you're doing long-haul flying, you'll pop over to the aux tanks here and turn on cross speed. I think you turn on the cross speeds, and then because up here, if you look, you'll notice. So these are all the main tanks. They're all about 4,500 pounds. 4,500 pounds of fuel in each of them. But you'll notice up here, these 5,000, and this is only like 35, like maybe 4,000. That's because these wing tanks, these the tanks out on the edge of the wings, are much smaller. Well, not much smaller, but they're enough smaller than the main central tank. So, look how much water we burned in these. Oh, that's good. So what you have to do is when the fuel gets low in these outside ones, gets really low, like way down here, you turn on the cross speed so it's able to burn the rest of this fuel. And then once it's out of this fuel, then you switch back to the main tanks. So you always use the main tanks for takeoff and landing because the plumbing is a lot more reliable, a lot simpler. It's not taking it out of the other tanks. But yeah. Hey, Hunter Belfield. I thought that was like Hunter Biden or Hunter Biden's laptop. It's going good. We are currently cruising just outside of Las Vegas. That's Las Vegas over there, and we are on our way to Denver, Colorado, because Denver has a very high density altitude, which makes it a much more difficult place to land. Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully not his laptop. All right, so we're going to actually start setting up for Denver, because otherwise I'm going to forget about it. So Denver is 5,430 feet. So 5,000. So we're going to set this 5,400, somewhere in that marker. Otherwise, when we start descending, it's going to start repressurizing the cabin, and this needle will go below that. And it's not going to understand why it's like, you're not landing. Wait. And then when you open the doors just this is pop. So, and then you have to depressurize the cabin, and yeah. How's the flight going? It is going pretty well, pretty well. We are just outside of Vegas, doing our thing. Look at all those people. Hey, Vegas people, how's it going? Frogger guy. But, yeah. It is quite enjoyable. We are... there we go. See, now we are... So we're 51 miles, which actually means this is our turn point. We're at our turn point. And we will head straight north to... What's the next one called? It is... I'll bring up my maps here. Mormon Mesa. We're heading straight for Mormon Mesa. There we go. Are you just tracking VORs? That's correct. We are tracking VORs. So no GPS. You can turn on GPS. Like there's a setting over here you can turn on GPS. I have it turned off because I'm like, if we're flying a 1950s airplane, we're going to be tracking VORs. Like it's just no. We're not messing around here. Unfortunately, you can't use these ones. These ones are just decorative, but still, they're. They would be really cool to be able to use these, though. These are complicated radios. Maybe someone will mod those in. Alright, we are 50 miles away, so we're going to be over the Meads waypoint here very soon, which is... This looks like Lake Mead to me. Which means, there it is. There she blows. That is the Hoover Dam. I've been to the Hoover Dam once. It was awesome. Can we see the outside of the plane? Yeah, so there's the outside of the plane. There's the Hoover Dam. There's Las Vegas up there. I didn't realize how close Las Vegas and the Hoover Dam were until I was quite literally driving. Like, I wonder what's in the air. Wait, Hoover Dam? Okay, we're definitely going to check out that. I promised you guys we were going to go and do an inside view, didn't I? First time this summer? Yeah, it was a couple years ago that I saw it. Alright, so if we do something like this... I think it's this button? No. Whoops. Nope. There it is. Alright. Plane, yeah, it's got 4 engines, yeah. Let's pop inside. Say hello to the cabin. Is this where all the dead bodies will be stored? Wait, what? Why is there a seal of the... I don't know. Maybe one of the presidents flew in one of these. Seal of the president, what? Is this like... It would kind of explain what's called the Independence. I didn't do enough research looking into it, but maybe this is like the president's livery. And all this stuff actually does open up. All these switches up here, all these breakers, they all work. Which is actually one of the things to check on takeoff, but they're always on, so I'm not going to waste my time checking all of them. But yeah, there's the interior. And what's crazy, so these are the exhausts right here. Some of the exhausts, there's more exhausts. None on this side, but that's a fun view. If you're in high power mode and at night, you'll actually see there's like emissive flames blowing out the side of the engines. And which we'll probably end up doing, because there's going to be times where we're going to be doing these flights around the world where we're going to be taking off at like Medo power, middle of the night, or max power, and then like Mito on climb out, and blowing flames out the side of them. It's really cool. What plane are we at? This is the DC-6, the Douglas DC-6. The Douglas Aircraft Corporation. I wish it didn't bob and weave when you're in drone mode. It's a little bit annoying. Fat Airlines raid. Hello, Fat Airlines. How's it going? Welcome, all the raiders. 8 raiders. How's it going? Ah, used by Harry S. Truman. Okay. So this is the Truman Show. Welcome. We are starting an around the world raid here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So we just left from Santa Monica, which is where they actually built these airplanes, and we are flying to. Today we're only going to Denver, and then next week we're going to be continuing on the trip to. We're probably going to go to Chicago and Goose Bay. We might just skip over Chicago and go straight to Goose Bay. And we might get all the way to Narsarsuaq next time. So we'll see. Because that's kind of a long flight. But from Denver to Narsarsuaq would be like somewhere around 2,500 nautical miles. So we definitely do need to stop 10 hours. Could be. But if we do something like Chicago, that's a 4-hour flight next time. So we might just do Chicago. And then the next one will be Chicago all the way up to Narsarsuaq, which is, a 6-hour flight. Yeah, I think that's probably what we'll end up doing. So we'll do one more across the United States, which gives us the opportunity to do, VATSIM. So right now VATSIM is all online, and we could have really used them. So O'Hare or Midway, we'll figure out whichever one we can land at. Because the problem is, with a certain amount of fuel, this plane will not take off. You just will not get off the ground. You'll just plow into the trees at the end of the runway if it's too heavy, unless you get enough speed. So you need a lot of runway to get this thing off. Not a ton. We were off in 3,500 feet, and we've got enough to get us to Denver. So it's not too terribly bad with 20 people on board. But still. And we're still on track there, 26 nautical miles, which is perfect. Okay, and then from here, the next one we're going to be flying from and to Mormon Mesa, 114.3. 114.3, we're already loaded in. Next one after this is Bryce Canyon, 112.8. 112.8. 112.8. Okay, so as soon as we get here on our DME, as soon as we get to 0 on the DME, or near 0, then we got to turn to head straight for Bryce Canyon. And then that's when we're going to be using both of these. So right now, looks like our first one is actually kind of offline for us, so that's all right. So I kicked that in there. These are just going to be matching up. That's fine. What'd I say? We're 180 radial? Yeah, somewhere around 180, 360. So, pretty close. We'll fly straight there because it's going to make sense. So this can be a 20+ hour stream. This one is not. No, I'm dialing them back because the 20+ hour streams are really cutting into the rest of my content creation time. And although, the other content creation I was making, they all kind of flopped. So, the Lindbergh video is doing so poorly, it makes me regret doing it. So I nuked a whole bunch of videos off my YouTube, and YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. I nuked a whole bunch of them the other day, hoping that it'll focus new views on the videos that people actually want to watch instead of the ones that people don't want to watch, which seem to be pretty much most of them. So I had 60-some videos. Now I've got 15 videos on the channel. So, problem solved. Yeah, and I love the Lindbergh flight too, but nobody watched the video. There's 280 people watched it in total. That's My metric is if it has less than 1,000 people watch it in the first 2 weeks, it's a total failure. So, yeah, it's not doing well. I've tried to re-thumb it several times and it doesn't seem to be working. I might actually reach out to a friend of mine who does video thumbnails and say, hey man, like, I tried some thumbs. Can you like just have at it? I'll send you some cash. Send you some money because I know he does it for pay. So I should reach out to him. I'll do that literally right now. What's... You know, I'm probably not going to be able to find him on here. Maybe I will be able to. Jonathan. And... Alright, see what he says. They have shocked face, looked at the thumbnail. I know, right, Tiger? Just like Mr. Beastify the whole video. Just like, guys, today we're flying across the world. We're flying across the Atlantic Ocean using 1930s technology. Drones shot zoom out. A bunch of people. And I'm giving away $400,000 in cash. And open up a briefcase. It's weird. Most of Mr. Beast's videos I watch, I don't enjoy them. It's just like, oh, let's just give away money and that's going to get people to watch. That's why I hit sub on him. Because it's like, oh, he's just giving away tens of thousands of dollars. And if you're lucky enough, you'll click in. I'm like, okay, cool. But then this latest video, this latest video where he's like fixing people's eyes, I was like, it's like so genuine and so visceral and so awesome. Like, such a great thing for him to do. But for some reason, the video felt off to me. And I know it was edited by Hayden. But it didn't feel like a... 112.8's our next one. Bryce Canyon. It felt weird. Like, it just felt weird. It didn't feel like a video that had the gravitas of what he was doing. And I don't know. It just felt weird. Like, it's an incredibly great thing he's doing, and it's sad. It's sad and angering that, you know, governments aren't, you know, doing more to help something so simple and so easy for people. But, you know, hey, sometimes these things have to be done by independent charities. So, but yeah, the video didn't feel right, even though what he was doing felt incredible. It was just, I don't know how to explain it. Alright, so we're 105 miles away from our next turn point at Bryce Canyon. So we're just over Mormon Mesa. And I overshot that VOR again because I'm an idiot. This is pretty much the same transponder I used to have in my airplane. I technically still have it. It's still technically hooked up, and it will work if I turn it on. But it's a piece of crap.
They were constantly telling me to like recycle my transponder. It's not because the transponder was broken. The transponder worked perfectly fine. Just the transponder antenna was in a crap place. So they'd be like, can you recycle your transponder? I'm like, I initially for the first several flights I did. And then I'm like, I don't think it's that. I think it's in a bad position, and they just happen to get in a better position. So when they said, is your transponder on? Can you cycle it? I was just like, the antenna's in a bad spot. I'll show up again in a second here. Ugh, such a pain. But now I've got a much better transponder that people can see everywhere, including on the internet, which I had a follower of mine, I don't know, maybe a year ago when I first installed the transponder. Maybe a little more than a year ago. When I first installed it, they sent me a message after my first flight, like, "Oh, I just saw you flying around. How was your flight?" I was like, "It's a tad creepy, but it's not your fault. It's, government's fault." Let's kick on some music. Normally I have music, chill music. Burned at 60 frames a second on a 4K canvas, downscaled to 1080. What I might start doing here... So who's on board for 1440 or 4K streaming? Who wants to see some 4K? What am I doing slime for? I am currently flying around the world in a DC-6. Douglas DC-6. $4K, yep. We can stream 4K. I have the technology. The problem is Twitch doesn't have the technology. YouTube does. So I could... Problem is there's not a whole lot of people watching on the YouTube side of it, so I don't think they'll necessarily care. But that means I also have to take the 4K stream, downscale it to 1080 for delivery to Twitch, which then adds an extra delay, which is of course kind of why you generally stream in 1080 and not 4K. So. Alright, follow this VOR over. And we're pretty much on the nose. We're splitting hairs, really. There we go. Perfect. Hi, Zoe. Yeah, we know you stinky. Jesus, dog. You ate... You barked. You dug in the snow. She's so upset. Yeah, wolf, exactly. I got, like, wolf cam. There's wolf cam. It's a little bit cockeyed today. I was moving stuff around and it's kind of... I could fix it, but... She's not spending much time over on her couch, is she? What? It's so cute when she looks up at me, trying to get like attention. She'll like lift a little paw and just like, "Oh, are you gonna come play with me?" No, I'm not. I'm not gonna come play with you. Why am I not gonna come play with you? Because you're a puppy, that's right. Go get your toys. Go get your toys. Where's your toys? Oh, who found her toy? You did. You have the toy? Alright, just murder it. I don't care. What a dog. I do need to fix this color because it's bothering me. It's like blue. How far into the flight? So we are about an hour and a half into the flight, so kind of about halfway. Let's check my flight planning here for my navlog, which I can bring up here for you guys on TikTok. So my nav log here says so we're just past Mormon Mesa, MMM, which is going to be here, which means we are an hour and 12 minutes into the flight, approximately, and which is, you know, about a 3-hour flight. So we're kind of about a third of the way through this particular flight. Oh, and I just realized on TikTok I've got... There it goes. Gone. Problem solved. We find the balloon yet? Not yet. We might go searching it down. Apparently it was spotted over North Carolina. They figured it was going to appear in one place because of the prevailing winds, and then it didn't show up there. And it was like 100 miles away. And they're like, oh, it's moving itself. It's probably just in the wrong place. It's probably just the winds. The winds are very unpredictable. Near Myrtle Beach. Oh, was it? Is there video of that tiger? Because if there is, I have to see this. Why they didn't shoot down earlier, I don't know. Navy ships heading up for recovery. Ah. Balloon. Shot down. Google for this. Let's see. I don't know if I can get CNN here in Canada. Live updates. Military shutdown. Balloon basically like popped, you know? Like you'd see a normal balloon kind of pop. Yeah. And it's still drifting and floating down as we speak. That was a minute ago. Did they mention that? FA extends ground. Oh, they had a ground stop. Shot down Chinese spy balloon. I don't know if it was a spy balloon or if it was a weird experiment. That's a big balloon for spy operations. Like, so the one that they're tracking over the Carolinas is the one that flew through Canada. There is another one. What they say it was in like Latin America or something. So it's pretty. That's a ridiculously sized balloon for. Oh, look, it's a Tomcat. That's a ridiculously sized balloon for spying operations or weather operations. I could buy that it's an experiment gone awry, but we'll only know. We may never know. The military may never release that. But here's the interesting thing. You know all this like alien, UFO, UAP stuff that's going on? I think a lot of that could be these balloons. A balloon like that's not their first crack at it. For a balloon that's going to last that long, go that far with that much equipment on it, that's not their first attempt at this thing. My guess is a lot of these UAPs that have been cruising across especially across the Atlantic, my guess is a lot of these things are just weird balloons that are giving weird radar returns. Weird radar returns, weird looks of them, etc. I think we're gonna find the Chinese have been at this for a while, and this is just one of those like, oh, they finally got caught. So we'll see. We'll see how this all turns out. Alright, so we're halfway to Bryce Canyon. After Bryce Canyon is 115.9. So Bryce Canyon 112.8. Next one is Hanksville, which is 115.9. Cool. Problem is, I don't know enough about high altitude weather balloons to really make a video about it, especially not that quickly. And CNN's already like covering the shit of it, so kind of pointless to make a video like that. But maybe that's a good video to make about the differences between hi, dog. Hanksville's where I saw a gas station convenience store dug into a hollowed out rock. That could be. There's weird... Like, Route 66. I want to do a full trip on Route 66. And if I take this new job, I might have that ability to just be able to go and say, I'm taking a month, and you know, I can work on the road if I need to. Because I could. The problem is a lot of stuff, especially flying, you have to do. You're basically flying during the day is the best time, but that's also the time that they want you in at work, and then your nights are kind of screwed. So what I could theoretically do is, you know, do the flying, the driving, whatever during the day, and then my team, which is mostly going to be in Vietnam, basically manage them at night. So what time is it in Vietnam?
It's 3:14 a.m. in Hanoi, Vietnam.
So in a further 3 hours would be like the start of their workday. Which of course it's like, what, 2 o'clock here? 1 o'clock? It's basically perfect timing right there. Right freaking there. Of course, my parents are completely against a new job. Well, you should just work at an existing company all your life. Okay, sure. Okay, so we are 37 miles away from our next turn point, which here is our Bryce... What, Bryce Canyon's our next one? Yeah, Bryce Canyon's our next one. Bye. Bye. What? Go get it. Go get it. If she keeps whining like this, she might need a walk. But we're too close to the next waypoint to do anything about it, so... Good evening, John Kent. How's it going? Not really evening, it's like midday here, so, but yeah. We are about to hit Hanks, or not, about to hit Mormon Mesa, I believe. So Bryce Canyon, we're past Mormon Mesa, that was behind us. Bryce Canyon's up ahead here, which is going to be... somewhere up here, I think. Maybe more up here. Ah, there's Winterband. Time zones and all that. How's my day going? It's going really good. Going really good. This, we got this plane cruising at an appropriate speed. Usually it's like way back because just it's being a pain. But today it looks like it's working fairly well. T's and P's all looking fine to me. Fuel flows are good. Alright, reciprocal of 225. I don't quite know what that is, but actually it's about where we should be, so. Is this VR video games? You can play this in VR, yeah. It's a little aggressive to play it in VR, I'll be honest. It's fun. It's really, really fun in VR, but always fun to watch. Yeah, I'm enjoying doing these flights, especially when I'm doing the really complicated things like flying these VORs, because this is like, it's not easy to fly VORs. So we got 3,000 pounds left in the... Why is this one burning so much more gas? Back a little bit. Let's see if we can get number 3 back a little bit as well. A few little less horsepowers, but that's alright. You're flying it from home? Yes, flying it from home, that's correct, yeah. Hello, Maka Paka. How's it going? Sorry, I missed that message. That's what happens when I got too many chat windows up. Someday I'll get that sorted. Like a nice consolidated chat. I think Ada might allow that consolidated chat, which I could, if it does that, if it does for TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube, then boom, I'm happy. How am I flying it from home? Pretty easily. I just set up a chair and there I go. Alright, so I'm going to switch over to the next waypoint on here. Perfect. Once that needle basically gets straight on, which it pretty much is. Quick turn here on the point. Is that real plane in the air? Was my question. Yeah, it's real. I got a really special drone set up where I can go outside of the airplane. It's really great. All right. Alright, so, Little Monster needs a walk, even though she already just went for a walk, because she is a dog that does dog things, because why not? So, I'm going to be right back in no more than 10 minutes, so enjoy the view. So how do I get ForeFlight on the bottom? That's a complicated setup. We actually had a conversation about this. So I use a application on the OBS side of things called NDI Cam, and then I have this piece of software called NDI HX something or other. And with that NDI Cam, it basically it shows up as a separate camera source, and then I can just put it wherever I want to put it. All right, so we're a little bit south of that VOR, but we're fine. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Get myself some coffee. Technically some Keurig coffee, so it works. That new vertical plugin, oh, that looks so awesome from Atom and Senpai. I want that. The problem is you need a stream key to use it. Hey, Barry, how's it going? Yeah, you need a stream key to make that thing work, and unfortunately, I tried reaching out to my contacts at TikTok, and they're like, nah, we're not giving that out to anyone else. Oh, and look, now my chat's working. Well, that's fun. Where are you flying today? Yeah, we are flying. We're flying to Denver, of all places. Denver, Colorado. So we are 29 miles from our next waypoint here. We're currently doing 285 knots over the ground, so we're making good time. We're making good time. And that's made good. So 286 knots made good. Turn a little bit more straight too. Alright, so once we hit, next one we're looking for is Hanksville. 119.5 is where we're heading to. 115.9er. 112.4. So once we're over this guy, we'll pop them both over. I love some of these TikTok names bury my cock in her. Jesus Christ. Oh. Most authentic stream. Yeah, well, I'll try to be as authentic as I possibly can. It's, I can't compete with the girls who just sit there staring at the screen. Just staring at the screen and reading messages. But hey, I'll do me. I'll do me. Carb temp a bit cold. You can cut the bolt-ons. Exactly. Exactly. So I'm working on making a. It's probably gonna be a second channel, although I might just take over the original channel. But if I do, it's gonna be a completely silent one, or it's gonna be a completely faceless channel with a woman's voice automatically generated completely, the whole video is going to be completely automatically generated and just posted. And I'm just going to have it posting like 10 videos a day, 20 videos a day, and just see if I can get something to take off using just AI. And then as the technology gets better and better and better, I just keep increasing the tech, and we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Blade Runner stuff. Exactly. Well, the more I look at it, the more I realize you gotta be churning out content. And even if some of the content's crap, all you need is a couple little nuggets that people are just like obsessed with, and you're good to go. Reach out to him separately there. Oh, nice. I'm losing subs because of this stream. Hello, Kyle. How's it going? It's going pretty good here. We are just about to hit our next VOR waypoint. Since I hop into one of these, yeah, it's been a few weeks for sure. I think the last stream I did was well, actually, I did the Hawaii one a few weeks ago. Yeah, that wasn't actually too long ago. But yeah, these are always fun. Alright, next VOR, so we're going to pop over on both of these bad boys. And our next one is up ahead here, and the next one is over there. So Grand Junction, it's not too far off. The Grand Junction is actually to the right a little bit. So we need a slight right turn. Grand Junction, 15, or sorry, 51, 051. Corsair 51. And switch this over, we can see that we are 3 nautical miles south, which is right about where we need to be. So 3 nautical miles south means we probably should be able to see, I bet it's here somewhere. It's going to be, the VOR is going to be like right there on the station or something. Usually they're not very far off from the center of the airport, or not very far off from the edge, because usually that's how they'll do like old school approaches. So if they keep them close, that's the best. We balloon hunting. I think we probably will go balloon hunting. Once we're done this portion of it, I think we'll go do, a half hour, 45 minutes of balloon hunting. This is mostly a test flight, making sure everything is all good. First flight of our around the world, starting in Santa Monica, where they actually built these airplanes. And what airport is that? The one that would be Hanksville, I think. That's Hanksville. It's the Hanksville Airport right there. I don't know who Hank is or why he has his own airport, but the 4 Pendleton mugs, is that these things? Oh yeah. My dad got these for me. I bought a new Keurig, and I only had like 1 or 2 coffee mugs. He's like, "Here, I'm gonna buy you some coffee mugs." I'm like, alright, well, I could have bought those myself, but This one's kind of like a Hudson's Bay coloring, which is kind of cool. I think they're like a Costco thing, aren't they? Which is why they're like popular. If it goes in Costco, everybody has them. IKEA, everybody has them. Because I'm apparently a basic white girl now. Alright. I'll look into them, yeah. High quality blankets for horseback. Ah, okay. I gotcha. Camera is off. Ah, sorry about that. Let me, there we go. Now Twitch and TikTok have, or Twitch and YouTube have my, my camera back. It was back on for TikTok, though, so. Interior and exterior plane tour. So this is the DC-6. Originally built in like the 1930s about. They were originally, or sorry, 1940s I think. They were originally going to turn these into like war transports to like replace the DC-3s, but they got them out too late, and it was only really the end of the war they had these. I think they had a few of them in service in the war, but not many. They then took the whole airframe, reconverted it to airliner service right after, and that's basically the kind of the development history of them. So they became the first sort of transport. There is a variation of these DC-6s called the DC-4s, which are a little bit shorter and they're not pressurized. But aside from that, they look the same. You would not be able to tell the difference unless you kind of knew what you were looking for. Interestingly, you can see the DC-4s up in Yellowknife. They are being used by a company called Buffalo Airways. You might know them from the Ice Pilots Northwest Territories show. Mikey McBrien, he's a kind of social media guy up there for them now. And his father literally created the whole airline. And yeah, they're kind of fun planes. This one we found out. I didn't realize this until I did like an interior tour today. The Independence was actually flown as like an Air Force One version of for Harry S. Truman. They didn't call them Air Force One back then. It wasn't until a few years later with was it Columbine 2? They started calling them Air Force One because there was an incident in it was a Constellation, Lockheed Constellation. They almost got into a mid-air collision, and they realized, you know, it's bad to have almost to have a mid-air collision. You should work against that, but when it's the president, you should keep an extra special attention on that. And you should, you know, be really focusing on not having that plane come in conflict with other airplanes. So that's when they started using the name Air Force One, because they almost had a mid-air collision in a Lockheed Constellation. So any airplane that the president is in is called Air Force One. So this one was never called Air Force One, but it was transported the president. It did transport the president. So we can do a little interior tour as well. Behind us, we have a big switch panel. These are all the fuses, various fuses for various types of things. It's kind of hard to. I gotta set up a custom thing for it, but these are all the fuses. You can kick these off, and they actually do turn off. Which, by the way, in future flights, I have it turned off right now, but in future flights, we're gonna have the capability for people to donate bits. And it will cause various failures, especially in these switches, which could cause engines to blow up and everything. So that's gonna be kind of fun. Is that a mod? Kind of a mod. It's not. It's an add-on airplane. So some people call them mods. Some people call them add-on airplanes. I call them add-on airplanes because mods to me change the way the game works, whereas add-ons just like utilize the system. So. Yeah, I saw that AN225 that was announced, so we can be looking forward to seeing that one in 2026, I guess. Made by Microsoft. This one's not done by Microsoft, no. Doing the flight from JFK to EGLL. Ah, an infinite flight. Okay, I gotcha. So we've done that flight, JFK. Not that particular flight, but we've done flights like that. So, in any case... interior of the plane. There's a lot to go through. A lot to go through in this damn thing. The main one up here, this is the pedestal. These are mixtures, so this is going to give us how lean or how much gas is going to the engine. There's an auto lean and an auto rich mode, which are effectively just auto rich is like you get lots of power. Auto lean is less power, but you burn way less gas, so it's way more efficient. So when you're taking off or doing anything where you need high power, you're always in auto rich, which is good. Landing gear handle in the middle. We have our carb heat, so if our carburetors, if we need those, well, we always need carburetors, but they could get ice on them, so those have to be warmed up a little bit. We also have our flap lever, so that's our flaps. Hydraulic bypass, very important to remember to turn back on when we're about to land. All of our flight instruments, these are standard flight instruments, standard 6-pack, your climb, your artificial horizon, your airspeed. We're doing 200 miles there. We're actually doing 295 over the ground because it's our DME. Tells us how far away we are from the next waypoint. But it also gives us, because it knows how long it's going to take us to get there, it's going to give us actually how fast we're going as well. So it's kind of cool. This gives us our track over the ground to where our next waypoint is. So as long as these two needles are mostly in line, it means we're right on the airway. We have our engine instruments over here. This is our actual horsepower that we're getting from the engine in pounds square. Not really horsepower; it's more torque. But brake means effective power. I believe effective power. I believe that's right. And we're tuned out for this appropriate power right now. This is how much manifold pressure we have, so how much air is getting sucked into the engine right now. And normally that'd be 30 on the ground at sea level, and then less as you go higher. So at 20,000 feet, we should be about 10 inches. But because we have turbochargers, we're up at 35 inches right now. And we'll actually go higher than that if we needed to. RPM, how fast the propellers are turning. There's two needles under both of these, so you can have a more dense instrument panel. This is our cylinder head temperatures, how hot the temperatures are in the cylinders. Water pressure. This is for our. Water pressure is how much water is getting sprayed into the cylinders, so that they don't explode. Now we don't need water pressure right now because we're not at that kind of power levels. So they're turned off, and you can see water pressure here if there was if we were actually using those. Flap position. How much flaps are down. This sim is made by Microsoft, yes, but the airplane is made by a company called PMDG. Well, the airplane is made by Douglas. The one for the game is made by PMDG. Our outside air temperature, we're currently like minus 25 degrees Celsius. Fuel flows, how much fuel's going? So we're doing kind of like 700 pounds per hour right now, which is a little higher than the manual says, but I do live flights, yes. I do live flights. Fuel pressure. So our fuel pressure isn't high, it's not low. It means we're getting fuel in there. And oil pressure, it's not high, not low, which means our oil temperature is right where it needs to be and that we're actually pumping oil. Next we can do the balloon. We're doing the balloon after this. When we land, we're going to go and find the balloon. It's probably not really in the sim, but we'll go have fun. If someone has the balloon and wants to go like cruise around, pretend to be the balloon, we'll go shoot it down to the F-18. It'll be fun. I know the balloon did get popped. Yeah, I haven't seen any footage of it, but apparently it did get popped. Oil temperature, it's not too hot, not too cold. We're kind of right in the green area. If it's too hot, it's bad because it starts boiling away. If it's too cold, it's congealed, and then there's way too much friction on the actual engine. Carb air, we don't really have to worry too much about carb air. Was it a weather balloon or spaceship? It was definitely a spaceship. Definitely a spaceship. Also more likely a weather balloon because it popped. Carb air, the co-pilot's instruments. Up here, these are all like CO2 banks so that it can extinguish fires. These CO2. The manual actually says they're not CO2. They're actually something else. But yeah. There we go. Hi! How's it going? Well, they tried. Alright, so up here, this is our fuel quantities. This is our fuel quantities here. These are the main tanks, and these are auxiliary tanks. We're not using the auxiliary tanks. Yes, we are also on Twitch as well. So Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. TikTok gets people in, Twitch gets people to stay, YouTube as well. So we also have our cowl flaps, which is how if there's a ring around the outside of it. It's just in the blue yonder on Twitch. So there's cowl flaps, there's these rings around the outside that they expand or contract. And if they're open, there's a lot more airflow, and therefore the engine gets a lot cooler. But you don't want it to be too cold, because you can crack the cylinders, so you want to close them up so you stay within the right temperature range. But if they're too hot as well, they can also crack the cylinders or basically melt them or whatever. Turbochargers are superchargers. The superchargers in this plane are always on, but they're either in high rate or low rate mode. High rate mode means they do way more air into there, about 10 to 15 inches extra of manifold pressure. Landing lights, you don't really need landing lights, but up here, this is how much power the pitot heat and the scoops are using. So this is de-icing stuff. Anti-icing fluid. So if we need an anti-icing fluid, we can actually spray that on the windscreen, for example, and it'll like de-ice it. We have our water here. This is the auxiliary oil. Or sorry, no, this is the oil for each engine. Then this is the auxiliary oil. So there's oil that gets, you can actually, these engines will burn and use oil. Not a ton, but still a ton. Then we have our water over here, and this is our hydraulic fluid reservoir. So this is for our water takeoffs, our spray valves. More oil temperature for the oil temperature and pressure for the supercharger gearboxes, and those are generally fine there. Over here, this is our pressurization system. So we can see that our cabin pressure should be right now 5, 6, 7, 8,000 feet, and you can see here on the internal barometer that we're at actually just over 8,000 feet, which is right where it needs to be. Zero climb rate inside the cabin, perfect. Supercharger airflow rate, we're getting lots of pressurization coming into the cabin. Differential pressure, we're in a safe level. If it goes too high, you pop. So, what plane is this? This is the DC-6. Power meters over here. This will get us our AC power for various different systems and DC power for various different systems. And they should all be basically the same. This is our outside air pressure. So we're at 20,000 feet. It looks like it says we're at, we're at 14 inches of manifold, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's close enough. It's close enough that that's probably true. I believe this is inside temperature of the airplane, so we could, give some people some heat inside instead of letting them freeze. So, or just let them freeze. I don't really care. They're passengers. Got to keep the dead bodies back cold, right? Over here, this is de-icing stuff. We don't really need de-icing. We're not really icing up right now, but we should probably turn on the airflow master anyways. And these say fuel pressure, but these are just reused gauges. Because that's kind of how things are in these old planes. It's like, we don't have a gauge that'll work for this that has the right labels on it, but we got lots of these fuel pressure gauges, so slap one of those in there instead. It works. Left and right wing heaters, yeah, so they're electric heaters, so it's kind of free to run them. Ignition, these are all kinds of various heater systems. There's this is our CO2 stuff, so we can turn on heater. So this is for like fire suppression, is heating. The switches are all over the place. Up here, this is where we turn on our windshield heat. So we should really have this on here. The radome and windshield heater, so it'll keep the windshield nice and warm, toasty temperature. What else we got? Up here, in the way up top shop, magnetos. So that's what gives the spark to the engine. So when the engine's turning over, think of it like a distributor cap and alternator in one. They're very unreliable, as you can see from one of my early TikToks. We have boost pumps, alternate boost pumps and main boost pumps that'll extra fuel to get in the engine. In small airplanes, usually you turn those on takeoff and landing. We probably should have those on as well, takeoff and landing. There's a bunch of light switches around here and whatnot, which I don't really care about. What else we got? Starter here. This will actually start it. The whole startup procedure you can watch the next flight, but it's a bit involved. This turns on the power inverters, so they take DC power and turn it into AC power. And then we also have generators over here which take the AC power from the engine and turn it into DC power. And then we have our battery selectors there. These ones here, these cool looking dealies, these are prop feathering. So if the engine fails, that prop sitting out front is going to cause a lot of drag. So what you do is you twist the blades on that prop so they're straight forward, and they cause the absolute minimum amount of drag. And that's what these do. So we'd pop those in, and it would feather the propeller, and then we'd pull them out to unfeathered if we were able to restart the engine, for instance, or wanted to restart the engine. There's auto feathering controls underneath, so we could basically automatically feather the propellers. A little bit higher up, we have our Spark Advance guards. I don't quite know what those are for. I haven't really looked too much into them, but you can advance the spark, which should give you a little more power, at the risk of potentially blowing up the engine. So you kind of got to know what you're doing with those. I think you use those for maybe certain types of startup, but take off and climb, I don't know. We'll see. Water injection pumps. So that's when we're doing high performance takeoffs. So if you're in a very short runway or have a very heavy airplane, then you need to put on water injection pumps so you can have more manifold pressure. Otherwise, you can blow up the engines. So very important to turn those on. Oil dilution. This is when it's really cold. I believe you turn these on when you're stopping the engine. So it basically puts water into the oil, I believe is what it does. Or maybe it's antifreeze into the oil, like a certain type of chemical in there. How much left of this flight? Probably another 2 hours, I figure. And then over here, this is how much is being used by the so you can get ox oil tanks, so you can get oil through those ones, and more lights and stuff. So that's kind of a layout of the airplane. With that, we only have 5 miles until our next waypoint, which I believe is 112.4. Grand Junction, 112.4. The next we're looking for is Rifle, 113.35. And 112.4 is what we want on this one. And that one's going to be a little bit of a left turn from Grand Junction up to Rifle. This is a short one. This is a short hop, so it's only 57 miles. DC-6, actually. DC-6. We have a jet engine sounds, which is part of the model of... where is he? There he is. Rocking his wings. I love it. There we go. Alright, so we're on the next. We're between Grand Junction right now. We're just flying over Grand Junction. We're just basically over top of it. Can it do a loop? Probably. We would probably also break the airplane. Like, you're probably going to die. To a barrel roll? No! It probably could do a barrel roll, I'll be honest. How'd they shoot down the balloon? I don't know. I would assume they had like an F-18 or something, just come and just a couple shots at it, because that's all they really need. And they can be reasonably precise with that. Because all they really need is like one bullet or a couple bullets in there and it'll pop. Turn the seatbelt light off and then do a barrel roll. I don't think I even turned, like, I didn't even turn the beacon light on. Seatbelt light, now it's on. Emergency lights, no smoking. I like the ding. Gotta turn that off. It's a DC-6, right? It's going pretty good, Georgie. Main junction box floodlight, entrance lights, position lights, we can flash those. Wing illuminator if we really wanted. There's a lot of, like, there's, one of the things they have is there's a button down here for, like, lighting, and you can press it and it'll just, like, turn the lighting on for you. Because the lighting, there's light switches here, there's light switches over here, there's a light switch here, there's light switches here, and then there's more light switches way up over here, up there. I think there's another one over here somewhere. But they're like all over the place in this friggin' cabin. There's some more here. Like, it's just... they're just like stuffing light switches wherever they can find a place to put them. What direction are we going? We are going towards Denver. So, it is such a random arrangement of those lights for sure. And our steep diving. Oh god, oh god! That'd be the... I bet a pilot has tried that at one point, where they've gone, like, give themselves some, like, stick turbulence, like, dip the nose and, like, yelled over the radio, like, oh god! And just watched everybody freak out behind them. I guarantee it's happened. And I guarantee you they got fired for it. This is the DC-6, McDonnell Douglas DC-6. Getting followed by an F-18. My favorite plane depends on what criteria, because there's a lot of planes that could be a favorite plane. In the game, it's this DC-6, 100% hands down, because you have to fly the plane. You're not just programming something. I am gonna make it to Denver, yeah, quite easily. Yeah, this should have more than enough fuel to make it to Denver. First flight before played Chicken with a Train IRL. Ooh. Well, he has options because he just pulls the stick and up he goes. We're actually going from Santa Monica. I should have Sim Air turned on, so you could follow me that way if you really wanted to. Alright, we're a bit north of this. We're kind of going straight towards us. This line's going to come back in anyways. Or sorry, a bit south. We're a bit south. So we're only 35 miles from the next waypoint, which is fine. So rifle 11335. And after rifle, we are turning to Kremling 113.8. Which is a fairly short one, and then we're actually at Denver. So we're actually getting pretty close to Denver there. So let's figure out. All right, I'm gonna let you guys check this out. So if we go into our flight plan to edit, we go procedure and arrival. There's a bunch of jet ones. So RIL is where we're coming in from. So we could have actually come in from Zuxo over there, but let's figure out what the best runway. Oh man, we're gonna definitely need runway 26, which is, yeah, that's bad. Okay, so definitely runway 26 or 25. Arrival. Approach. So let's go to runway 25. No, we're gonna go 26 actually. 26 is the right one. Perfect. We have fuzz or vectors. We're gonna go via fuzz. Equipment status. Okay, well that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, via fuzz. Oh my god, figure shit out. We're gonna go arrival. It's powder 1. Powder 1. Why am I not seeing that? I think DBL is going to be our best transition there. We might just do vectors. Kremling, so Kremling is RLG. RLG. Should have set this up beforehand. Arrivals! Greenland. Yes, we are going through Greenland, because I think it's going to be more fun to do it through Greenland. So we're going to do Thompson. Is Thompson available for... Yeah, there it goes. Via RLG. That's what we're looking for. Oh, shit. That's got no... What we might just do is do a ILS, or just trying to build our own vectors. So don't think Thompson. No, that should give us some... Alright, yeah, no, Thompson's fine. Thompson's fine. Alright, and then if we go to Thompson 8... Alright, cool. Doing a landing there? Yes, we're definitely going to be landing in Narsarsurak when we do... that's probably going to be in a couple weeks, so we're going to get up there, but... yeah, DC-6. Can go third person, yeah. Third person. White Warriors coming up behind us. We got Winter Band up there. Someone in the Vision Jet. I love that Vision Jet. That's a cool plane. I haven't flown it yet though, but I wanna fly that damn thing. Am I gonna end the stream at Denver? I'm not. We're gonna go find the balloon. Well, we're gonna go play around and see if we can find the balloon. Is it a weather balloon or a spaceship? Yeah, definitely spaceship. All right. Definitely a bit south of this. And our current waypoint is 1035, which is Rifle. So after Rifle, you guys are already seeing us. Then we're going to RLG, which is Kremling. And then from Kremling, we're going up to Frogs. Good old Frogs. Oh shit. Well, it's because we're so close. So we're gonna flip to the next one. Which is actually a bit of a right turn. Not much of a right turn, just a little bit. 69 miles. Nice. Wish this thing had 2 DMEs. Whatever. What's my airspeed? It's about 200 knots. That's dial indicated airspeed. But we're doing 290 knots over the ground. Rock and roll. All right. So once we're there, then our outbound is going to have to be, what was it? So if I pull up my plates here, from Kremling, 25 degrees for 40 miles. And then it's going to be we should be able to pick up Gil. Should be able to pick up Gil. 61 miles? It's a little bit far, but time to show me where all the dead bodies are. They're in the back. We have the temperature down, so keep them nice good temperature. Got the afterburners on, catching up. Should be. 99 tailwind? No, it's just these planes are very efficient. When you get to really high altitudes, your true airspeed really starts to bump up. That's why, like in an A320 or something, you'll be flying at like 200 knots or whatever in indicated airspeed, but you're doing like 400 over the ground because you're just at altitude. So the next one we got to be doing is 25 degrees outbound. Somewhere around there. So we hit Kremling of 113.8. Then we'll have to turn to that, which is fine. And then from there, it's Gil 114.2, and that's 258 degrees. Or should we be using Hayden? 115.6. I think we'll use 115.6. And that's 16,000 feet, so we should really start descending now. All right, now is when we have to really keep an eye on our manifold pressures, because as we descend, the manifold pressures are going to come up. And we're going to be picking up speed like crazy, and we got to make sure we don't hit VNE or overspeed the airplane. Yeah, it's Kremling, yeah. Kremling, yes. We're flying we got all the way to Russia in a day. It's fine. It's all good. So we have to get to 16,000 for Kremling, which should be not too bad. So we're 50 miles, and we're doing kind of 300 feet a minute. We're 10 minutes out. So that should be about 3,000 feet. We should be right about on track. Right about on track. What the hell is this music? That was awful. Will you not simulate closed Russian airspace? There's sometimes you just kind of gotta ignore the real world when you're flight simming. And closed Russian airspace is one of those times. Because otherwise there's no way to really... Well, you could. This plane absolutely could get around the world without hitting Russian airspace. So we could simulate that. It's the number one thing that's... Well, that, between needing a new engine and the closed ration airspace, that's the number 2 thing. Those are the 2 top things that are preventing me from flying around the world. $19,000 feet. And we can bring back our manifold pressures a little bit. We're not in a dangerous area, we're just making sure. One of the things about this airplane is you can't bring the throttles all the way back to 0, because you need it to always be producing some thrust, even if it's a very small amount, because if it's not producing thrust, it's producing drag, which means it's pushing the engines into the wing, and apparently that's not very good for these engines. Hey, Jonathan, how's it going? Then after this, we are going to go and hunt some balloons. Is the balloon in the Xbox or in the Microsoft Marketplace? I'm not sure. If it is, we're going to play with that. Don't think so? Ah, it sucks. Because otherwise then I gotta quit the game, then install it, and then come back in, which sucks. You know what someone should have done? They should have been like super clever and just found the data online of the balloon and then went and got the balloon in the store and then fed the data into Flight Sim where that balloon was at all times and let people chase it in the game. That'd be fun. I am live on Twitch, yeah. Twitch and YouTube. I think I could actually program that fairly quickly to feed that data in. I just need to know where that data source was. Of course, with it being shot down now, it's kind of too late. Too bad, so sad. Is that a green airplane? Or is it just like a weird effect? How's it going, Scoop? It's going pretty well here. We're descending on into Denver right now. On the, what do we call it? It's the Thompson 8 arrival. So yeah, Shaft. Coming into Shaft, Huygen. Oh, that's good. That's good. 13.5. We might have to descend below something. I don't think we can though. It's green. Ah, Xbox livery. Right. I forgot about that. So what are some of the default plans of flight speed? Just thinking doing the flight. So the TBM 930 should be able to. You can also bring the throttle back in pretty much any of the jets. So, and the jets will definitely have the same kind of. I don't know, the same distance because this one flies a long ways on its fuel. But certainly, like the airliners will. You just got to bring their speeds back, which is doable. Had a funny post saying the spy balloon was not broadcasting ADSB and there was another US base showing up on the site. Ah, I gotcha. Maybe that's what I'll do. Because I have the game on both Steam and Xbox. But with the Xbox version I can play it on the PC, so what I might do is install it on the second machine. And then, like, absolutely drop the settings to 0. And, because that 12400K should be able to handle it. I don't know. We'll find a way. We'll find a way. Not today, but another day. This is not a Chinese balloon. Yeah, the DC-3 is definitely a slower airplane. I didn't even think about doing it in the DC-3, mostly because it just doesn't have the kind of legs that you need for some of the distances I want to do. Like if you want to do Hawaii to LA, you can't do that. $17,000 feet. We'll bring back our manifold again a little bit. We're shot down over the Carolina coast. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. Alright, so we're 11 miles from our next waypoint, which I could probably pop us over into right now. And 5, and then the next one is Gill, but I think we'll probably end up going to Falcon. 116.3. That's what we're going to set up for our next one. What are you flying? The DC-6. The McDonnell Douglas DC-6. So, 7876. Is that a waypoint from there? I might need to be on Gill. Radial 258, maybe? I think so. I think I need to be on that radial because it looks like 7.6 and 7.8. So I'm going to need to be on Gill for the next one. 114.2. Yeah, that's giving me my distances. So 114.2. Alright, and we can actually crank and bank. It's crank and bank, and I helped. Jonathan from our TikTok chat. Hello, Jonathan. Yeah. It's you get a lot more screen real estate on Twitch. So we're about to hit 16,000 feet, which is good. Oops. Nope. Still down. There we go. Oh man, I am all over the place on this VOR. Focus. Focus! We're also really close to VOR, so... Three miles, so... It's free on Xbox, I might check it. It's not free, but if you have Xbox Game Pass, it's like which is $10 a month, that it is free. So... Which I actually have. I have Xbox Game Pass. I bought it on the Xbox PC store or whatever. Okay, so 258 is where we need to be, which is approximately 40 miles out. So this is going to come over. Reciprocal of 258 is 7.8. So when we're over at about 7.8 over there, that's where we're going to turn. content that you installed on Xbox. So some of it you can. For instance, this plane isn't available on the Xbox. Actually, I'm pretty sure this plane is not available on the Xbox store, but you can play it on the PC version because it's a they can install third-party ways. Nice and level. There we go. Okay, now we're just following the VORs. It's not, yeah, that makes sense. Headphones are freaking out. Time for a new battery. Hey Reese, how's it going? Welcome back. I was considering getting another one of these batteries, but they last so long, and by the time, like, even on the really long flights, I think the Lindbergh flight, I only changed it once, and by the time it needed to be changed again, like by the end of the flight, the other one was already fully charged, so good. What camera do I use? It's the A7 III, which is connected to a Camlink 4K, so it's actually the PC, like the PC card version. So, PCMCIA card version? PCMCIA, Jesus Christ. PCI Express. Can you get Live Flight on your phone? Can you download it? Get Live Flight. Not sure what you mean by Live Flight. Like Flight Sim? Can you get Flight Sim? You can on the Xbox Cloud Gaming, which actually works really, really well. We can have only Concorde, Glider from When I Got Friends, Vision Jet, some kind of Cessna. Yeah, there's only a handful of good planes on the Xbox store, and that's because they have to, like, there's a bunch of requirements for them to have it like really well tested, and unfortunately, a lot of them are not very well tested. It's an app for Infinite Flight. You can track them. Ah, okay. So I'm on Sim Air right now, but I'm also I'm on Go Race, but the problem is Go Race is set up so it's not really just doing general tracking, which I should probably do this week. Track you right now. Gotcha. There's no good jets. Yeah. Well, the F-18's a pretty good little jet. Depends on kind of what jet you're looking for, though. How'd it go? Hope you're nice. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for stopping in, Modiplex. And thanks for the follow, too. I completely missed that. And Goxiemba, Mackie, Crowbar. Man, I keep missing all these people following. Sorry, guys. I don't have the sounds turned up very well, it looks like. Oh my god, there's so much just fur everywhere. What plane? The DC-6 still? What did I say this was? 24 sets, 40 miles? It's your first stream where you're not doing historical stuff. Previous streams were about historical flights. Yes, that's true. A lot of the previous ones were doing historical flights. This is more just kind of a general fly. 77. I love the 777's pretty cool plane. Yeah, we can go real quick because we got a heavy workload ahead of us here. Oh man. It feels like we're not gonna make some of these mountains. Imagine doing this at night, like you could plow into a wall. And I need to bring back my power here. Manifold pressures were a little bit high, that's not bad. CHTs, EGTs, everything looks fine to me. Actually, I don't know if this has EGTs. It's only got general cylinder head temperatures, not per cylinder. Which it makes sense. This would have like 40 gauges on it if it had all that. Alright, so 61 miles is what we'll be when we hit this. So we're going to get fairly close. So we're a little bit to the right, but that's okay. Not terribly far to the right. We're pretty close on there. It's getting rough. The weather's a bit rough here. Hey, and thanks for the bits there, Robbie. The mic, the GGs, the fire, and the applause. Very much appreciate that. Do you lean using EGT in real life or fuel by performance? Pretty much by EGTs a bit, but it's mostly by fuel flows because I know what my engine likes, and I know as long as you're outside of that band, it's pretty much just get it to the right fuel flows so that you're still making power. So, yeah, it's the first time I did it, it was by EGTs to just kind of know exactly what I needed, and now we're gonna turn. And 114.2 I think is what I need. 114.2, which means I can dial this into 258. Or 78 degrees. Oh, I want to steer straight. Overshot that a little bit. How can we be sure that you're not talking as from reading text from ChatGPT? Honestly, I am very seriously considering how badly some of the I put in, if you include all the research time, I put in hundreds of hours in that Lindbergh video, probably like 150, 200 hours in that Lindbergh video, and for it to only have like 258 views, and 70% of them didn't even watch any of it, like any of the video. Makes me kind of go, maybe I should just churn out 10 videos a day using AI. And thank you for the TikTok. The 78 TikToks, Reese. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate that. The video is only 16 minutes. How did you spend 200 hours on it? Editing, research, and if you also include the actual time flying too. So you can spend a lot of time on that. I wish I was to the point where I could generate, just what do you call it? Deep fake myself onto like a generated body. That'd be great. Live on any other socials? Yes, I am on Twitch and YouTube. Alright, so at 50, which is actually where we're at, we now need to turn into 116.3. 116.3. And that should be 126. 306 is what we need to be turning to. And descend down to 13.5. Alright, so descending to 13.5 on the radial. 116.3 is what we're going to be turning to. 116.3. to be able to turn this to that Corsa. What is it? 306? Somewhere on there. So we're pretty much right on track. But in video, they were only your hang with your plans, few parts from your stream, and images, 200 hours, and 200 hours. Yeah. They were only your talking in the hangar. Yeah, because when I was in the live stream, I was talking to chat. There's not really much you can use aside from clips, right? That's a lot of video and not a lot you can really use from it. It needs to be succinct. Come on. Down we go. Descending. There we go. So we need to be 13.5 by the time we hit 60, which we're at, well... Alright. Doesn't say how high we need to be for the rest of this. Live flights? Not right now. I'm definitely not downloading anything. I'm kind of in the middle of landing this airplane. It's 135 to 12.6 is where we need to be. Keep bringing back those manifold pressures. I could actually probably start really bringing back the manifolds. Control of the plane. I could actually. I've got a new mic stand, so I could theoretically connect like a webcam or something and looking down at the stuff, but. Oh yeah, we are way fast. So I'm gonna start bringing back the throttles. Yeah, I could bring up the dog cam, but. Still a bit high, but I think we'll be okay. Alright, because we're getting low enough, and we're low enough power, I'm going to add a bit extra power here. And I'm gonna start kicking off our turbos. So a little bit more power on those. Alright, that's a little bit better. Still 40 miles out. How long till the destination? We're probably 10 minutes out. So once we get on there, then it's radial 037, and then we're into the final, which is 108.9. So 38, yeah, that's where we should be at 12.5 at the lowest, which we are about. So it's pretty much just keeping the power back, managing the power, managing descent rate. Make sure our pressurization system is working all right. It seems to be. Yeah, it's dead nuts on. We're already at landing pressure on the airplane in the internals. Mavic guy from your stream, he is doing some kind of long trips in small planes. He does one leg every day. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I didn't hear about that. Yeah, I remember seeing him around, but I didn't know he was starting to do that. So 26. Alright, so our final approach there, 9,000 feet is actually where we want to be for our final approach. So FQF, so when we go over that, we should be somewhere around 9,000 feet, I figure. Would be a good place. In range checks, we're on the right fuel tanks. Carbeats are a little bit hot. Hydraulic bypass can go on. We can take off our mixture locks. Good. CHTs are fine where they are. This radial 037, but it doesn't tell us how far. Oh yeah, 14.2 from Falcon. Oh, that's 14.2 from outbound. Whatever. Fuzz. I don't know. He's done 8 legs. Ooh, nice. That's a pretty serious amount of work. I might start doing these more often, because I know TikTok really does like that when you do, you know, like a stream a day. So I might start doing these in shorter hops, like 3-hour streams a night, from like 6 to 9 or something. Then we get done these a lot quicker, but that does also take a bunch of my time. If I start the new job, I can definitely do that. If I have the old job, I can't. But we'll see. That would free up my weekends, too. This is 037. We're just turn this over. First comment. Definitely not the first comment. We've had lots of comments today. Wasp GNG. Time zone is 69 Mountain Time, so Pacific Time, that'd be 5 to 8. Create a video. Spirit of St. Louis is the worst plane ever designed. If you'd know. Yeah, no, what did this plane do? Yeah. It was designed for one specific thing in one specific year. We nosedive into the ocean. Sure. And the flight after this, because this flight we gotta land. There's no ocean for us to crash into here. I look out and like, wait, there's the airport. I didn't realize we were this close. Makes sense though. We're still 10 miles out from this. Next flight, we are doing a chasing the balloon. So right after this, the moment we land this thing, we're switching over and going to chase the balloon. Good morning, I mean afternoon. Good afternoon. Necromancer, around the world, how many stops and how many hours? So I'm not entirely sure, because we're going to kind of be playing it by ear for each flight. So far we're only doing, so far this is our first flight, which is 3 hours. Keep skimming the water on the War Thunder test map at Mach 1.1 and MiG-12. That's fun. Flight simulator, not crash simulator. I can actually start getting flaps out. Now that we're like so close to being in range. Alright. We're real close. Real close. 4 miles. So around 21 is where we need the NOAA needle to be, around that way. Starting to swing, which is good. What flight am I doing today? We are doing the first part of our DC-6 around the world. Come to your channel if you're doing some IRL flying in the bucket. I will be this summer. So I was hoping to go do some IRL flying up to Cold Lake, or no, Cooking Lake, in a couple weeks here, but unfortunately I can't. So instead, I'm going to be doing a live stream from it's called a Mooney, M20 Mooney, I think. Did I do the Earhart video? I haven't done the video, but I have done the live stream for the Earhart stream, so And there we go. We're a little out past the arc, but that's all right. Alright, start getting in range. 15 degrees of flaps. I live in Alberta. When's the video dropping? Want to watch so badly? It's gonna be a little bit. I've only just started editing the Amelia video. Hopefully I'm gonna have more time coming up here, because like these types of videos, because I'm not doing like this last week I was supposed to be editing it, but then I got asked to go and speak at a public event about the Lindbergh video. So unfortunately I just didn't have the time to do it. Alright, so the DME is... I actually don't know what the DME is going to be for this one. We're definitely off from there. We're glide slope, but that's fine. 110.9 is our localizer. And that's at 263 degrees, so when that comes over, we should be fine. West USA, yeah, server, I'm on West USA. I think the tact I'm going to take with the Amelia Earhart video is the things you didn't know about Amelia Earhart, because there's a ton of things people don't know. They just assume she was like the best. Like, there's a tons of things that surprised me about it. I hope you enjoyed the event. But I gotta go. Yeah, I very much did. Thanks, Rami. So what city of Canada? I'm in Alberta, Canada, Edmonton. So DME out at radar, 7,000. Actually, 7,000 feet at 7.3. And 14.2 is pretty much our turn point, which is kind of actually jog back, so that's going to be fun. Flying Connie, no, this is the DC-6 today. A more complicated airplane. Well, maybe less complicated, but still. Like a little bit of throttle. I think I'm going to start the turn. I think I'm going to turn off the altitude hold. Gonna be 7,000 feet. Start bringing back more flaps. There's 20 degrees, and I can get my landing gear down. Didn't know about Heroes lived her life after the flight. Yeah, exactly. Alert Canada, it's wicked. Very nice. Yeah. Very, very nice. All right, mixture. All coming up. I'm way high. So that means I can start getting way more flaps out. Jesus, we need better music. That'll do. Some kind of wind shear. There we go. Intercepting. Alright, I might just kick off the autopilot here because it's only being so useful at this moment. Okay, so gas is good, undercarriage down, flaps are down, mixtures were up, props go full forward. Yeah, switches were all good. Okay. A little more power. Flying a little under the glide slope, but that's okay. You can manage. Still at a safe altitude. Flown up to Alert Canada? I've never flown up to Alert, no. Normally, I'd have one pilot monitoring the all the throttles because you got 4 big throttles to keep an eye on. Make sure they're all producing the same power. We're on the profile. Ooh, don't do that. I'm so glad this joystick is like so precise as it is. So let's be correct for all these little wind gusts and stuff. Under the profile, it's fine. It is twistable, but I have it. I don't have twisting on. I could put a pin in it, which I probably should do. All right. Not any brakes. Ah, someone's coming. That would have been Winter Band, wouldn't have been. A little too much RPM there. Don't turn back. So I got a long way to go. Flaps will all come up. Let's get my throttles under control here. 3 can come way back. 4. 1 and 2 can come way back. Well, kind of 1,000 rip'ems. That makes way more sense. Cool. 4 can come back a tiny bit. Cool. It's like porn music. Alright, let's go find somewhere to park here. Denver. Let's go to taxiways. Pretty much just come in off P7, go up Echo Charlie, and then right into some of the terminals. I can go up P6 to get off the runway. I definitely didn't need to stop as fast as I did. Last live, I do remember your Pilot 204. Stuck again on Xbox Infinite Loading Screen? Yeah, it'll do that. It'll do that for sure. It's sometimes... Xbox has just problems. Up to 4.5k likes? So I'm used to getting like... The Lindbergh stream I had 750,000 likes. The Amelia one was up there, about the same kind of numbers. So it's a little more power. Find the balloon? Not yet. We're just about to go find the balloon. What do I get from likes? It just makes it spreads it out to more people. When a lot of people like it or a lot of people share it, the TikTok algorithm sends it out to more people. Oh, I'm way back at R6. Oh, I got a long ways to go. The balloon unfortunately does not populate in the game unless you add it, which if I would have thought about it in advance, I would have set up my second computer to just pretend to be the balloon. So I got to get all the way up here and then turn out. Yeah, you won't see it in the game, but we'll go and play around and see if we can find... There's going to be other people flying around that area, so... Yellow, we parked really want to... Sounds pretty nice. Jet with afterburners. Yeah, I'll probably use the F-18. Maybe the F-22. We'll see. Should probably open up some of these. So we don't have anything overheating. Everything's pretty cool though, so we're alright. We're alright. We're pretty far back on the harmonics, on the engines. Yeah, this music is without copyright. Yeah, it's all Epidemic. I should add some. Cause this flight's so much shorter. I'm probably gonna go and make some mods to the bot, so you can do like exclamation mark color and be able to change the color of things on screen. Because right now it's just limited. Plus, I'm gonna do some color correction on this video because this is blue as shit. Go 1500 RPM just so we can get there a little bit quicker. It's windy. I'm having to keep some. Should use that 400 points before you land it. Whoa! What was that? Jesus. It's a ramp. Alright, that's a little better. Alright, so we're going to turn in over here. Probably the next turn. Into the terminals. Fortunately, these planes are pretty easy to shut off. Most planes actually are. Sounds like rocks are tumbling around. Question is, where am I going to park? It looks like de-icing right there, maybe? I want to park there. But we'll park just like the DC-6 would actually park. It didn't actually have terminals to pick up to. Can I break something on this airplane? Maybe. Alright, turn around over here. $16.50 actually probably could. Yeah, I've heard some people try it. It's not the best of experiences, but it would work. Alright, parking brake, come on. RPM's back to 1,000. And, oh my god, what am I doing? There we go. Engine's all shutting off. Very good. And then I can kick off the magnetos. Now the engines aren't turning. Perfect. And I can turn off all these. The inverters. Blades are still turning, even though the engines aren't. That's entertaining. Why? Oh, the wind! Is there a prop brake? Because that's just wind turbining. They're trying to start up again. That's entertaining. If I open the throttles... No, I shouldn't. Let's see if I adjust the prop. Well, we're going to use the feather system, see if this works. Whoops. Well, that's entertaining. DC-6 G21, yeah, it's definitely not being the best. Wheel chocks, ground power unit, and go main cabin exit, and main cabin stairs. Oh, of course, the main cabin is get at the back. There we go. Now the props will stop spinning. Will that cause them to start turning again? It might. That is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Could you close airport overlay? Oh, yeah, I can close that. Which button is it? This one? That one. Look at that. Cool. All right. So we're stopped. Everything's there. What else are we gonna open? Yeah, I don't use the auto flight engineer at all. So we burned a sizable amount of fuel, which is what we expected. Pitot covers, tow bar, engine oil pans, mechanic stands. So they get chopped up. Cargo hold's gonna open. Front cabin stairs and exit. That's cool. There's a Jenny coming out. Front cabin stairs. There they go. Alright, remember that the get out is on the left-hand side. Cool. Alright. Well, let's go see if we can find that, that balloon. So we're at Denver, the northeastern side of Denver. World map. Oh, we'll do the Eurofighter. That's what we're gonna China balloon, yeah. There's gonna be people around here. Where's North Carolina? Who's this? Walk Ninja? So where'd they shoot it down? They shot it down coast of the Carolinas. Somewhere around here, right? Greenville? Is that... Greenville's like Carolina, right? Atlanta? No, that's Georgia. How are there so little viewers? It's, I don't know. It's TikTok. Try not to question it. There's Charlotte. We'll go to Charlotte. I'm pretty sure Charlotte is in North Carolina. We're gonna go daytime. We'll leave the real conditions on there. And go flying. I'm gonna have to change the controls though. Do I have my alternate controls? I know exactly what I just need to do. So simple enough. Myrtle Beach. All right. So we will go find. Start flight tracking. Hello again, gamer.
Approaching runway 18 center.
Yes, I know I'm approaching runway 18 center. And I gotta go and change my controls. Single engine right, single engine left. All right. What's the point of hunting the balloon? I think everyone wants to go and hunt the balloon. That's what everyone wants to do. Landing gear coming up. Flaps up. All right, where's Myrtle Beach? Direct to. All right. Myrtle Beach is this direction. Oops, wrong throttle. That's a throttle. There we go. Local airport here in Michigan, both owned by the same guy. Yeah, there's... Some people have just a lot of money and they really, really love airplanes. Like the plane I want to buy is a PBY Catalina, but I just don't have the finances to come anywhere close to that. All right, let's pin it.
Destination ATIS is 123.925.
Thank you. I needed that. So let's go here. Can't I change the title of it? Oh, you can't. Well, that's disappointing. There we go. Set our autopilot. Hey, look, we actually have it. We actually have an autopilot in this freaking plane. $10.21. Yeah, that's. I want to go to England this summer, and I think I probably will. But we'll see. We'll see.
go to IAS mode. Oh my god. There it goes. Its autopilot's a little jank. Do we have a trimmer in fighter jets? We do. Hull, it's gorgeous. So I want to do the narrowboat thing. So I want to go and rent a narrowboat for a week. I also want to fly a Spitfire for a day. So that's my goal with going to England. And there's Winterman in the F-22. There's no such thing as an overspeed in a Mach 2 jet. About 50,000 feet. Faster. I am going around the world, so I was... so we did the first part of that flight here a little bit earlier. Oh, this plane is having problems. So what am I doing now? Thanks, dirtbag. I really appreciate it. So what am I doing now? We're just gonna go play around, see if we can find the balloon, and then I'm gonna camp. Then I'm gonna end the stream. So we're getting pretty close to the end of the stream, though. So just having some fun today. I think what I might do is I might do more frequent streams instead of doing it like every week. I might do like 2 or 3 or 4 nights a week. Especially if I can do it in the DC-6 and only do like 3 or 4 hours at a time. How much does the Lake Buccaneer cost me in repairs? Nothing in repairs. Just regular maintenance? Not too bad. Most of the costs of the lake have been in upgrades. Repairs have been pretty negligible. Like actual, like, something broke. Well, I gotta fix something. Although this year, I've got a sponson that needs to get resealed, so that's gonna cost something. We might have to redo part of the landing gear, which is gonna cost something. Yes, this plane is a lot faster than the default F-18. A lot faster. The default F-18 is like Mach 1.4 or something. This one does like Mach 2.8, 2.7, 2.8, something like that. Winterband just went straight to Myrtle Beach. Shoot the balloon. I wonder how high the balloon actually was. I was trying to find that online. They're just like, it's high altitude. Like, how high? I'd like a beach stagger wing. Yeah, those look cool. Those look like fun. There's a lot of planes I'd love to fly, but the one I want to own is the PBY Catalina and then live in the thing. 62,000 feet. All right, let's do that. We will get there. One pilot said 50,000 feet. Well, we're already at 50,000 feet, so we're gonna go 62,000 feet. Throttles all the way back. And there's 62,000 feet. 64. Yeah. I don't think they really even knew exactly how high, because it could have been moving up and down. Yeah, 62,000 actually does sound like a reasonable enough number for that. I know they could probably get higher than that, too. It'd be really interesting to figure out exactly what that balloon was. So this would have been somewhere out here is where they would have shot it. Because people on land said they saw it, and they're doing recovery efforts right now.
Yeah, well above commercial air travel means anything like above 50,000 feet is above air travel. Commercial air travel. Do I have some bound for air brake? No, I probably don't. Oh, there it is. There's my air brake. Search for the second balloon. It's like in Latin America, isn't it? Do you have a stick or controller? I use a stick.
Sync rate.
This is the stick I use. It's actually two portions. This is the main stick, and then this is an attachment module, and it all just works through like the one cable. So it's plug and play, and you're done. I love these things. VKB Sim. This is Gladiator NXT. We're actually working on getting a giveaway for the next flight. But these things are wonderful. I have the whole throttle set up as well, and I should probably do a quick TikTok video about that. Clean up this desk a little bit. But having analog controls for a lot of things that in the sim, a lot of people just like for air brakes, they'll just like have one button or something. But having an actual control I can actually use for that, control for the actual flaps. I think it was only, one of them went Canada to America, and that's the one that's over that they shot down. And then the other one was over Latin America. Papa Cobra. What's the balloon? It's not modeled in the game, unfortunately, but we got to go and play around.
Sync rate.
From Denver and the DC-6. So after Denver, we're going to be doing. We're going to be going to Chicago. So the next one's going to be Chicago. And thanks, Barry. We will have just about to go and land this thing, but yeah. So the first one went Latin America, and the second one went Canada. I don't know. I haven't really been following all that close. F-35 in the game, yeah. I love the F-35 in the game. It is so much fun. Saying that there was... Oh, 3. Okay. I gotcha. Because I heard 2. There was one over America that went from the U.S. Or went from Canada to the U.S. And then there was another from Latin America. But maybe there's a third one.
Sync rate.
Is it in real life? Yes, there is a real one in real life. It's they just shot it down here a couple hours ago. It's not in the sim, so it doesn't look like anything. Add some throttle. Get this bad boy on the ground. Well, yeah, to go from Alaska to America, it's got to go over Canada. But if there's several of these things, it sounds more like, you know, government espionage shit.
Sync rate.
Because they thought it was a spy balloon. They don't just want to let it, you know, fly around and get recaptured by the Chinese if it's a spy device. We wouldn't know. Yeah, there could be 18. Well, I think that balloon, all these alien, you know, UFO sightings and stuff, the UAP sightings, I think a lot of them are going to be attributed to these balloons now, because they absolutely could be. So I might make a TikTok about that this afternoon. I know what the wind's doing, so we might be landing downwind. That flying ball? Interesting. What flying ball? Today's mission was to fly from San Diego to Denver. And the next flight's going to be probably, I don't know when it's going to be. It's probably going to be in a couple days. I might do it like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then do like a really long one on the weekends. But we'll see. We'll see. Landing gear coming down. It's definitely windy.
Class Delta below.
Oh, this isn't even Myrtle Beach, is it? No, whatever. Dirty Myrtle. This is where like the president has his former president has his well, that's like Mar-a-Lago. I don't know where that is.
1 mile final runway 23 at Kilo Charlie Romeo Echo. Warning, airport not in current route.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not in
500.
current route. Oh my god, these winds. Oh shit, I didn't have flaps out. Oh, I'm an idiot. Come on, down we go. It's a bit rough, but we had to get down and stopped. Florida, yeah. How do you get off this runway? Well, it says there's a taxiway right here, so fuck it, I'm taking it. Song I'm playing, it's called Perfect Start from Me Free. It's off Epidemic. Very fun. It's stuck like that jet in Dallas. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Eurofighter Typhoon. We're just kind of messing around with it, so. But with that, how long have I been streaming for? 4 hours? 4.5 hours? I think that's enough. So let's go see if we can find somebody on Twitch to raid. Do I have any friends online? I do. I do. Alright, so your choices are, we can find someone in the flight sim category. So my TikTok or my Twitch folks, we can find somebody in the flight sim category, or we can raid one of my friends who's doing Minecraft, or another guy that I haven't been in his channel for a while. He's doing Kerbal Space Program. He's a bit weird. Let's see if we can find something in the flight simulator category. Someone who I might know. I know who we're gonna raid because I've never raided them before. And they raided me before. So we're gonna do this. Now she did a few flights with a what do you call it? Amelia Earhart. So she did the entire Amelia Earhart flight all the way around the world. So she's got a bunch of people right now. So we're gonna go over and raid Allison Johnson. So we are heading over there now. So I will see you guys next time. I'm gonna put a schedule in the Discord. We'll probably, I don't know if we'll do this Monday, but maybe Wednesday or something. Like Wednesday and Saturday or something. I'll figure out a schedule that's going to work for me, and we'll go from there. But certainly we'll be doing more on Saturdays. So I will see you guys there, and I'll see you Twitch guys. Right. And my TikTok guys, I will see you guys next time as well. We'll be streaming the same schedule, same schedules as they are. So hop over in the Discord if you want, and I'll see you around. End that stream. And same for my YouTube folks.